It's week 4 of the National Football League.
And coming up, it'll be no holds barred between NFC South rivals.
It's the Bisons and the Armadillos.
Just ahead on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to one of the fastest rising cities in the U.S., the capital city of Austin, Texas. Hello again, everyone. I'm Brandon Gautin. To my left, Charles Davis. And Charles, you focus on this Austin team entering play. Now, losers their last time out, so they'll look to make amends here.
And one of the best ways you can do that is to be at home, and they are. They're going to try and ride that home crowd and that wave of emotion to a victory in this one.
Meanwhile, for visiting Oklahoma City, they come in feeling good after back-to-back victories. Fall is in the air, and the NFL season is in full swing, and we're underway here in Week 4. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading him out, their young quarterback, the rookie from LSU.
And when you watch him play, you see even early in his NFL career, he's a guy who has the ability to change a game with his legs, and that's really important early on to understand who he is. And his coaching staff, they do. I think they're going to let him freewheel it a bit out there because they know how difficult it is for defenses to try and keep him hemmed in.
And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. It's a gain of 34.
The timing was absolutely true as he caught it working across the field. Plenty of space for him to roam, but notice how he keeps his head on a swivel looking for defenders who may crop up out of nowhere. That turned into a big play.
Plenty of shouts from this crowd as they watch the replay. They want a challenge, and they're going to get one. The thing that they'll be looking at is a spot of the football, and this is always such a tough one for officials to get exactly right.
Not just because of how fast the game's going, but just trying to get the right sight line to the football. That's not always easy. We'll see what they decide here.
The completion, but they go in the wrong direction. A loss of yards, and now they're dealing with a 2nd and long. They go play action. Daniels. Throw right side into the hands of Foster Moreau. Not able to get a single yard there, and it'll bring up 3rd down. They'll need a crafty play call here. 14 yards is what they need to try to convert this thing. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. He's got the connection to Moore. So give him 2 yards there on the completion, and it'll be 4th down.
Well, we hear so often how tackling has become almost a lost art in the NFL game, but it's so important to tackle well on these receivers, especially in a play like this one. 3rd down, they gave him the underneath stuff. You got to go and make the tackle right away.
Here's Morstead now as he sends this one away. And this will carry out of bounds. Where are they going to spot it now? At about the 18-yard line, it looks like. So now we'll get a look at the other offensive unit as they come out for their first possession. They're led by the #1 overall pick in the 2021 draft, Trevor Lawrence.
Well, his ratio was good last week. Most quarterbacks are really excited about a 3-to-1 ratio, but it's flipped in the wrong direction. He threw 3 interceptions, not touchdown passes, and he only had the 1 TD pass in that game. So he's trying to turn that around and find a way for his team to win.
And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. Now run straight ahead with Warren. They do get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up. But you look at this defense. They were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
In today's football, there aren't a lot of goals for defenses. But when you hold a team under 100 total yards of offense, yeah, that has to be a goal that was met.
Looking right side, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Marshawn Lattimore. And the return here is stopped at the 35-yard line. And this, Charles, definitely not what they were wanting to see. Remember, he threw 3 interceptions in the loss last week, and now he gives the ball away again here in the very first quarter.
And you have to think that this was drilled into him all week, too, by his teammates, by his coaching staff. They've told him all week long, we've got to protect the football. They probably crossed that fine line with giving him the right advice and saying it too much, and it turned out that it got into his head a little bit.
Now Daniels. That'll be caught right side by Reed. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. They give him 14 yards that time and a fresh set of downs. Here's Daniels. Finding Knox there, complete. And this will be a gain of 6 when it's all said and done. Down to the 15 from the 21. This 2nd and 4. And they'll bring the big tight end across the formation left. First carry for Najee Harris. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3. It's a good gain of 11, sets him up 1st and goal.
And that's a run that'll energize an offensive line. They'll take that one all day long. Fundamental breakdown by the defense. You've got to be able to make plays on the edge.
Touchdown! Jaden Reed, his 3rd touchdown now on the year. And the Bisons take the early turnover and convert it into an opening touchdown. There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
Rodrigo Blankenship now for the PAT. And it's good to make it 7-0. Uh-oh, flag comes out here. This is going to be roughing the kicker.
When you're going back there on the kick block, you've got to go to the right point. That didn't happen. Ran into the kicker. The penalty flag had to come out.
After the roughing penalty on the PAT, they'll kick off from 15 yards further upfield. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. They threw an interception the first time they had the football, wound up leading to a touchdown the other way. How do you approach drive number 2?
Going back to your game plan coming in, everyone has matchups that they like better than others, where they think they have an advantage. Dial up some of those plays. Try and go to those spots and get your offense moving.
Just like that, a pickup of 20 on their first play from scrimmage. A handoff for Warren. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11. But you look at this defense. They were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
Have to admit, I was extremely impressed by what I saw. They ended up getting 4 sacks in the game, stayed in the face of the quarterback the entire time, made it difficult for him to step up and find receivers downfield.
And that's what they told us this week, that pressure on the QB is key. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Here's Lawrence to throw. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down. Now Lawrence. Now a short pass pulled in by Washington. And he'll be taken down as that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. After 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession, as they've got it with a 2nd down and 2 coming up. Lawrence. That's caught by the Notre Dame man. It's Durham Smythe. First catch for him on the afternoon, and it results in a 1st down. But to throw again is Lawrence. Flush to his right, and he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. And award that sack to Boogie Basham. I thought there at the end he may have had a chance to release that, but that pocket closed a little too quickly, and down he went.
Yeah, he was certainly trying to do everything he could to extend the life of the play, probably counting in his head 1, 2, and then he ran out of time.
After the sack, it's 2nd and 19, and the road gets a bit tougher from here. Now Lawrence to throw. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Brown. It'll be a pickup of 15 as that'll lead to 3rd down. Here comes play number 9 now as they come up on a 3rd and 3. In motion goes the tight end. From the gun on 3rd down, Lawrence. And he fires one, but incomplete.
Like what I see so far out of this defense because they've been showing their best coverages on 3rd down. So far, only allowed 1 conversion on a handful of attempts. One area of their game plan that they've executed to perfection.
Fairbairn able to put this one through. And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
The OKC offense ready to set up shop again. Early on, you know, Charles, every game could be called a measuring stick game, but I think when it comes within your division like this, it's a measuring stick game with a little extra intrigue.
I would agree with that totally because all division games have a little extra to them, but I like where this game is situated because at this stage of the season, it has that little extra juice, but at the same time, it's not a make or break if this were, let's say, week 15, 16, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Little pitch and catch to the tight end, Knox. And he'll be tackled right on the chalk of the 45. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down. Daniels looking to throw. Going right back to Knox, and again a completion. It'll go down as a gain of 6, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Harris running straight ahead. And he'll be brought down, it looks like right at the 40. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a 1st down.
And that's a nice pickup of a 1st down on that 2nd down run. And at that yardage gained, they can run that play on any down.
Play action, now it's Daniels. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. To the air goes Daniels. Pitch and catch to Moreau, the tight end. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. 3rd catch of this 1st half for him, and this one is a 1st down. 2 minutes to play in this 1st half. 7-3, our score. Coming up at halftime, I'll go from one personality, that's you, Charles Davis, to another one in Orlando, the coach. He'll have stats and scores from around the NFL. You and Jonathan Coachman, both larger than life.
No doubt about it.
But you're stuck with me in this booth,
yes,
and he's miles away and smiling.
And happy.
2 big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's 1st and goal. Being chased out left. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. A very costly sack there on 3rd and goal. Pushes him back big time. And now you figure the field goal team coming on 4th.
One thing they definitely like about this youngster is his motor. He is full throttle on each and every snap. Loves to get after the quarterback, and that has to feel good to him right there. His 1st career sack.
1st down, a bit of a disaster, and now on 2nd and goal, back even further. Throwing now is Daniels. And this one incomplete. Too much contact to hold on to that one, and it's 3rd down. To throw is Daniels. That is incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. Blankenship's kick is good. And they push the lead up to a touchdown now at 10-3. So a nice kick there as they add 3 to the lead.
And from what I've seen so far, Brandon, I think they've been the better of the two teams here in the first half. So even though you want the touchdown, I think that's a nice job there to put 3 points on the board.
Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here. And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. One more go for this offense in the first half. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 25 seconds to go here in half number 1. Got a man. It's Brown. Now another timeout called for by the offense. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. Here's Lawrence. And that is knocked away in the middle of the field and incomplete.
Quarterbacks work all the time on manipulating a defense with their eyes and their head movement. In this case, he just stared the receiver down. That allowed for excellent coverage, able to knock that one away.
And that one too wide and incomplete.
So many times we've seen him try to escape the pocket and do something with his legs, but in this case, the pressure was too intense and he made the wise choice to just get rid of the football and make sure no one was going to get it.
Pass to the sideline and pulled in. And he is out of bounds inside the 35. So even though it's first down, here's the field goal unit on now to try to get 3 before halftime. On the right hash, officially this will be a 51-yard attempt. The kick by Fairbairn is good, and that'll bring him back within 4. So a big play before the end of the half to get him into this spot, and they cash in with 3.
How about the 1-2 to the solar plexus on that one? The big play, the field goal, not much time left on the clock. That's the way to go into the half.
And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee, and they'll bring the football out to the 25. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And from this spot in the field with the clock where it's at, you think we're just going to see a knee and that's it?
And I think in this situation, that's the proper play. But we do know there's some risk takers out there that may want to take one more shot before the clock runs out.
So we've reached halftime here in a 4-point game. As we send you on over to Orlando for Jonathan Coachman in our EA Sports Halftime Report. Take it away, Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you, too, in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
Okay, Coach. Yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. And this offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they do trail, but they have a chance to possess the football first to try and do something about it.
And that certainly makes it something of an important drive for them, because is it going to win the game? No, but you have to do something to bring some life to your sideline.
And the pressure gets to Lawrence, and he'll go down. Kingsley Enagbari able to record his 5th sack of the season.
Well, they've got the lead, but it's certainly not a big one. And how do you keep control of that lead? Certainly not by that last play there. They gave up a big sack on the first play of this drive. Now it's double the distance to the first down marker.
That huge loss on the sack makes this job much more difficult. It's now 2nd down and 22 yards to go. Lawrence will throw. Over the middle, complete. That's Washington. They'll go for a gain of 7. And they're going to face an uphill battle here on 3rd and long. Now Lawrence. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down. That was no 3rd and 2. That was 3rd and 16, but they get the conversion anyway.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
Looking to throw, Lawrence. And he'll find McLeod on the right side, complete. And he goes out of bounds. It looks like right at the 50. 2nd down and 4. Play action. It's Lawrence. Throwing left sideline there, but it's incomplete.
At this point in the second half, one mistake on a forced throw could doom your chances of a comeback, so that's the right call there to just throw that one away.
From midfield now, Lawrence. That one complete to McConkey. And he won't get close. Only a yard, 4th and 3.
That pattern and scheme was well defensed on 3rd down. He tried to just sprint from one side of the field to the other, and they got it to him quickly. But no chance at yards after the catch there, and they stop him short.
On to punt now, Anger, as he boots this one away. And now where will the side judge stop his walk? That's the question. He says it crossed out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. Their defense has done the job. Now it's the offense's turn as they've got it 1st and 10. Throwing to start the drive. Daniels. He gets it complete to Harris.
Caught that look from you there, partner. I think we're on the same page on that one. Just his first catch. I think we both thought he'd be a little more active in the passing game. Let's see if that's the start of them trying to get the ball to him a little bit more here in the second half.
Here's 2nd and 8. And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. They go play action. Daniels. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down.
As we both know, there was a lot that went into why they made him their first-round pick this year, and part of it was what they saw in college, his playmaking ability when things break down. As soon as he saw he wasn't getting a lane to throw, he pivoted and found an alternate way to the marker.
Now a first down carry for Harris. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. Now Daniels. Harris has it over the middle. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. 11 yards there, first down. Working out of the gun, Daniels. Little pitch and catch to the tight end, Knox. They find some open field here. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. A big play that time on the catch and run. And it'll give him a fresh set of downs.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. A little creaky at the start, but they're oiled up now. A nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
Here's Daniels. Little pitch and catch to the tight end, Knox. Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and it'll be second down. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Austin, as it looks like we are just about set and ready to begin with the fourth. A run with Harris out of the shotgun. And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a first down.
As I take a look at the clock, I realize that this drive has eaten up a good portion of the fourth quarter already. Got to tell you, partner, when you're trying to salt away a game, this is exactly what it's supposed to look like.
Left side here, that's complete to Godwin. Down to the 6-yard line on a pickup of 6 as he gets halfway to the goal line. That catch, by the way, number 542 in his NFL career. That draws him level with Lance Allworth, who was a Hall of Famer with the Chargers back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, the man they call Bambi, so if you're in that type of territory.
And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Jaden Daniels, a 6-yard touchdown run. And the Bisons are closing in on a third straight win as they widen the gap further here in the fourth quarter.
And this is a balancing act for a head coach with a rookie quarterback. You've got to walk a line with him. You don't want him getting happy feet, but you also don't want to rein in what worked for him in college. And here, he pulls it down, takes it himself, and takes it into the end zone.
Extra point by Blankenship is up and good, and that pushes the lead up to 11. So that one a pretty time-consuming 10-play drive, and it's capped off by a touchdown run of 6 yards. Morstead out now following the touchdown to kick. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. Austin's offense ready to go again. Well, that last touchdown we just saw, what an important one. Now it's back to a 2-score deficit for this crew as they take the field here, and they are in desperate need of finding the end zone. Now Lawrence. That's to the sideline and incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. Here's Lawrence to throw. Oh, it's a screen pass. That's complete. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. And this offense on third down today, they've hit it 50%, 3 of 6 to this point. This time it's 3rd and 3. From the gun, it's Lawrence. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. Excellent play there on third down. Give them 25 yards.
All right, this is the time of the game where they're down a couple of scores, and they've really got to get some yards in chunks, and they know the defense doesn't want to give those up, but they've got to find a way to take them anyway.
Now the question is, can they string a few of those together? Throwing again here, it's Lawrence. This will be caught once again by Brown. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down. Under 4 to go now as the clock runs and they come up on 2nd down. And this one finds McConkey. And they'll get this one down to about the 20-yard line. Lawrence. Throw left side complete. That's Brown. Now 2nd and 3. Now Lawrence to throw. To the end zone, but knocked away and incomplete.
As a corner, you have to be able to run with guys step for step downfield in man coverage and make up ground quickly in zone. You have to put yourself in position to make plays, just like that one we saw there.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. From the shotgun, Lawrence. And that's going to be knocked away in the end zone. It's incomplete.
Well, he's smart enough to avoid the taunting rule, but I'll guarantee he quietly has told them, you might want to stop coming after me downfield because I just broke up another pass and took away a big shot that you were trying to succeed with.
got his man. It's Warren.
As a defense, you're more balanced when you're in zone coverage because you're able to keep your eyes on the quarterback and see the play develop in front of you. They're able to keep the quick pass in front of them and stop it right at the line of scrimmage.
3rd down and goal coming up here. Out of the gun, it's Lawrence. And probably the wise decision there. No one open. He just throws it away. And that keeps the field goal on the table as it's 4th down. Now Kaimi Fairbairn for the field goal try. From the right hash here, should be an easy one. The kick by Fairbairn is good. And that'll make this an 8-point game. So you knew one way or another that they needed the 2 scores. They get the easy one out of the way. Now they'll get the ball back, hopefully.
Yeah, and the question is, how do you accomplish that? Do you onside kick it? Or since you have all 3 timeouts, do you kick it deep? To me, I'm playing field position. With all 3 timeouts, I kick it deep and try and pin them back there.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. The OKC offense ready to set up shop again. And this game not quite over yet. And we'll likely see them take all 3 timeouts defensively, so they can't just kneel this one out. They're going to have to try to run a few plays.
You're exactly right. They've got to get a 1st down and make them use up all their timeouts in order to feel like they have this one in hand.
Ball on the 35. Here comes 2nd and 5. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. And he is going to have a 1st down here, and that should be the one that seals a victory. They'll keep it on the ground. Harris again. Now the defense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. On the give, this is Harris. And he'll be taken down just shy of midfield.
I like that run right there, partner. Not the flashiest run, not the one that's going to break for big yardage, but he understands the situation, and taking care of the football, paramount, and he got it done.
Nursing that slim lead, you're exactly right. Hold on to that ball. And great blocking downfield as he's got this almost to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 15, and that ought to just about put an end to this one. I guess he was saving his best for last, so to speak. Longest run of the day coming here in the 4th quarter right there.
And that type of run makes for a better night for him and his teammates, doesn't it? To be able to produce this late in the game can lead to some big smiles and satisfaction in the locker room after this one's over.
Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee. So this crowd will not go home happy. It's a victory for our visitors. And it was their defense that led the way, allowing just 3 points, that lone field goal in the entire 2nd half.
And remember the old adage, offense sells tickets. Defense does what?
Wins championships.
And in this game, maybe a championship wasn't won, but a game was by the defense, right? Held them to just a field goal. That's a heck of a job. I mean, when they went out there with that determination and a pretty good game plan, pretty good idea what they wanted to accomplish, just love the execution, love the tenacity, love the way they finished.
So for Oklahoma City, they're on a nice early roll as they move to 3-1 with a win here. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Austin, they'll drop down to 1-3. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. That'll do it for us. I'm Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. Thanks to our entire crew as well. We'll talk to you next time. So long, everybody.
It's the NFL on EA Sports.
And there's no love lost between these NFC North foes.
It's the Bulls and the Thunderbirds. And it's coming up next on Madden Football.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. Good to be with you. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, we got a couple of teams who love to throw the football. And you know how guys say, hey, we're not going against the other offense. We're going against the other team's defense. Greg, these star wide receivers, you know they're watching what the other guy does on the field here today.
Oh, in their minds, there's no question. They are competing against one another. And I think that's what makes this league so fun is when these guys, they know each other. They study each other. They work together in the off seasons.
So pleased to have you along. This should be a good one. We're set, and off we go here on EA Sports. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time, led by their quarterback, league MVP in 2019 and 2023, Lamar Jackson.
Sometimes you can just see a player who is clearly playing in what they call the zone, right, Mike? Last week when we went back and watched, I mean, whether he was throwing touchdowns or scoring with his legs, the defense just simply didn't have an answer for him. He was arguably the best player on the field, regardless of position. If he's able to continue to do that here, he's going to be a tough group to beat.
Second down, Jackson. And that's going to wind up incomplete. After that incomplete pass, we have a player shaken up. Not something you want to see in the opening minute of the game. In danger of an opening 3 and out, they face 3rd and 10. From the gun, Jackson. To the middle of the field, taken in by Addison. A gain there of 10 yards. And that will be a first down.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
Here's the third-year man, Isaiah Pacheco. And he'll take this forward for about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Back to throw, Jackson. This pass, right side, going to be caught by Addison. A peek at his receiving numbers from a week ago, part of the offensive performance that led them to victory. They'll break the huddle, coming up now for 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. He runs with it. Can't beat those legs. 13-yard pickup. A scramble leads to a first down.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay. Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, 2nd and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
Jackson now on 2nd down. And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down, back in the backfield, in the area of holding. Jackson now from the 50. That one broken up. It's incomplete. All over him down the field. It'll set up 3rd down. Now Jackson. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
So defensively, there's always the initial pass coverage plan, and then when that breaks down and the quarterback goes into scramble mode, how fast can you then move on to the second phase and what they call plaster, meaning find the nearest receiver and almost play him man-to-man, and it's exactly what they did here, and there was nowhere for the ball to go, and he's forced to just throw it away.
This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They'll be led out by their quarterback, the veteran from Oklahoma State. It's Mason Rudolph.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
That's a slant to Ayuk. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. To throw is Rudolph. Pressure gets there, and down he goes.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, but now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Tight end going in motion here. They try to set up the screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete. What can they do here? This is third and forever. Here's Rudolph. That's taken in by Shakir.
It's pretty evident, Mike, when a quarterback and his wide receiver are operating on the exact same page. The anticipation, the timing, the accuracy of both the route and the ball. And when they're working together like this, that's the definition of teach tape.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Bulls offense ready to see the football for the second time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on first and 10. And he'll be taken down up around the 32-yard line. On first and 10, Jackson. They'll set up the screen to Pacheco. And no place to go, no place to hide. He's taken down behind the line.
I think this play is a direct result of his film study. He knew exactly where that ball was going before the play was snapped, and that play recognition, man, it separates a lot of guys in this league, and it results in a negative play.
They're trying to set up the screen here with Pacheco. And he will be out of bounds on what will turn out to be the final play of this first quarter. So we've come to the end of a fairly evenly played opening quarter. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. Couple of first downs has them out to the 45-yard line as it's first and 10. Again, it's Jackson. He'll check that down to Pacheco. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Injury on the field, and it is George Kittle who is in some discomfort. Here's second and 6. Off the play fake, Jackson. He's going to let one fly for Addison.
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
And that call will not get it done. The defense ready, stopping him behind the line of scrimmage. It sets up 4th down.
I don't mind the play call, Mike. We've seen him on this possession have a lot of success through the air. So now you try to change it up and think the defense is selling out to stop the pass. Just try to sneak a draw in there. Not much luck. They're able to take it down for a loss.
And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. The Thunderbirds offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. They were forced to punt first time they had it, but they'll try again in this scoreless game. It's 1st and 10. That's caught by Jones out of the backfield.
A loss of 2 brings up 2nd and 12 at the 26-yard line.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Opening carry of the game for Aaron Jones. And he'll get about 5 past the 30-yard line. Here's 3rd and 7.
Brings up 3rd and 7.
Back to throw is Rudolph. And this drive is over before it can start. He's swallowed up to force 4th down.
Sometimes you just have to know when the play is over and live to play another down. He has pressure coming right at him, and instead of just throwing the ball away, he tries to escape, he tries to get creative, and he ends up losing a lot more yards than he should have.
Here's Ryan Stonehouse now, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. Uh-oh. And not much doing there. They made sure he would not get free. The Bulls offense ready to take over once more. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Jackson looking to throw. That's taken in by Khalif Raymond. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. 2nd down and 3. They'll put Addison in motion. Play action now. Jackson. That is caught downfield. It's Shaheed. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line.
Those are the explosive pass plays that this team is going to continue to mine all day. And you can see pre-snap, the quarterback loved his matchup. He allowed his receiver to work downfield. Perfect throw, and now sets them up to try to see if they can finish this drive off with some points.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. They'll run it straight ahead with Pacheco. And you'll work this into the red zone inside the 20-yard line, taken down after a gain of 5. Now, Jackson. This one is caught by Addison. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this 1st half. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. Jackson. Oh, that swung out wide and intercepted. Picked off by Leo Chanel. He's inside the 40. Inside the 10. And he's going to bring this one back the distance. Touchdown, Thunderbirds. And the defense comes up with the first point to this one. It is a pick 6 to make it a 6-0 lead.
And, Mike, we talked all week which offense was going to be able to strike first and play with the lead. Well, the defense, they had other plans. They're able to put the first points on the board by capitalizing with that pick 6.
Ryland's kick here is good. And the Thunderbirds will take a 7-0 lead. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. On the return, it is Trey Tucker. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Bulls offense getting their final instruction before heading back onto the field. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. Here's Jackson. This one brought in by Brown. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Right back to Brown. He's got it again. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line. A first down throw for Jackson. He finds Raymond for the completion. And the tackle's going to be made down at the 40-yard line.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. They've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
Jackson up top again. He's got the hook up there to OBJ.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
His pass taken in by Shaheed. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. To the air one more time with Jackson. In trouble, and down he goes.
I'll tell you what, if the offensive lineman had the same level of fight and effort that the quarterback did, they wouldn't be in this situation. It's a shame because that individual effort went a long way towards extending that play, and it still ended up resulting in a sack.
He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. And with just 4 seconds left in the first half, a timeout is called. Aubrey's kick is good. And the Blues are on the board. It's 7-3.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Throwing, Rudolph. He'll let it go deep left sideline. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered, and that is how this first half will come to an end.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. These two teams leaving the tunnel, and we'll head out with them. It's time to send it back over to Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen.
Coach, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out on top in this second half. Coming up. Tylan Wallace now on the return. Now an opening past the 30. A very good field position to start as the return is past the 40. The Thunderbirds offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. The lead sits at 4. So So they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Finding the tight end. Here's Will Dissly. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
Well, any fear they might have had that they'd come out of the halftime break flat has completely gone out the window. They're not content, Mike, here, just having the lead. They're looking to extend it. A couple more plays like that, they're going to find themselves in scoring territory here very quickly.
Now Rudolph. He's got the connection. Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Rudolph. He's got the connection there to Valdez-Scantling. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 12-yard line.
Here's Rudolph. The connection made to Ayuk. And he's close to another 1st down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Here's 2nd and 2.
At the 4-yard line.
To throw is Rudolph. To the goal line and in. Khalil Shakir. Touchdown Thunderbirds. It's his 2nd touchdown of the year. Now Ryland for the extra point. He's got it. And the Thunderbirds extend their advantage to 14-3. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Bulls offense ready for their first possession of this 2nd half. They trail now 14-3, so an 11-point deficit as they start things out with 1st and 10. From the gun, Jackson. A throw on the move is caught. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line. From the 34 now, it's 1st and 10. A handoff to Pacheco. And he finds some space, tackled after a gain of 7 on 1st down. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Throwing Jackson. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. Here's 3rd and 2. To throw is Jackson. And that is incomplete.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
And this is going to set up a long field ahead. Backed up as it is touchdown inside the 10. The Thunderbirds offense and the wideout getting set to go once more. They'll have a long field ahead of them as they start 1st and 10. They'll run it with Jones to begin this drive. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. They'll run the toss here with Jones. Oh, the defense snuffed that one out. He'll lose yardage, mark him back at the 3.
I'd like to see that running back be a little bit more decisive with his cut, Mike. You can see he was a little hesitant, and once you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job there by the defense, and he has no choice but to take that loss.
That's well done as they get the conversion on 3rd and 13.
You just can't ask for better protection than that, especially on 3rd down. Clean pocket, tons of time for the quarterback to work through his progression, and at this level, if you give quarterbacks that amount of time, chances are they're going to find somebody downfield.
From the gun, it's a run, and it's Jones. And they'll mark him down up beyond the 30.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the 3rd quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
So we are through 3. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Line of scrimmage is the 31 as they line up 1st and 10. He'll get this out wide. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 36-yard line.
On the bootleg, he'll look to throw. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
An interesting decision there by the play caller to put this ball in the air. Mike, you're up by 2 scores. Traditional wisdom says, hey, we're up by 2 scores late in the 4th quarter.
Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
When you can win so fast as an edge rusher, you put so much pressure on the quarterback to speed everything up. He can sense that pressure coming either from his front or back side. It either speeds up and leads to an errant throw, or in this case, it leads to a sack.
On 2nd down, it's Jones. He'll get about 3, and that's going to lead to 3rd down. This a must-stop for this defense, facing 3rd and long. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
When you get the ball in this situation, what you're looking to do is not only end the drive with a touchdown to put the game away, but you'd love to chew up some clock. So with that incomplete pass now likely putting an end to this series, that's a big opportunity for them to try to close this game out.
The visitors' offense ready to get back to work. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. He lets one go, looking for Shaheed. Darius Slay, Mr. Big Play, with his hands right around the ball again. They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Back to throw, Jackson. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Jackson looking to throw. That's caught. Left side. It's complete. Call it a gain of 13. That's enough for a 1st down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
So after the loss on first, here's 2nd and 14. He'll check that down to Pacheco. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes. Trailing late. They've got to go here. It's 4th down. This is intercepted. Picked off by Avonte Maddox. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see, can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
The home team's offense ready for this next possession. And it's looking like 4-0 might be in the cards. Looking to finish off a perfect September as they're going to start this drive. 1st and 10. A run. It's Jones. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. They run it once more with Jones. And he is not going to get away. Might have gotten a yard, but it will set up 3rd down. So, 2 minutes to play here in the 2nd half. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. You've got to consider this an absolute must-stop defensively. It's 3rd down. This will not do the trick. They've stopped him behind the line. 4th down coming up. Chad Ryland on now for the field goal. This a 42-yard attempt. Ryland's kick is good. And the Thunderbirds going to open up a 17-3 lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The visitors' offense. And Lamar Jackson getting set to take over once more. And this defense has really had their way so far, intercepting him twice, forced into a number of bad throws, and generally the D has just made it tough to operate all game long. Here's 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. That is caught right side by Beckham. Here comes 2nd down. Now Jackson. That's dropped off for Pacheco. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down. Open man left side. He's got it. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining, as it comes with a 1:04 left to go in the game. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. Jackson up top again. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense, because think, like, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Only need a yard, and it's 4th down. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. And they're going to get the 1st down. They were forced to go for it, and it's going to work out for them. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap. A great pass rush is like a closer in baseball. When you bring them into the game, it's all but over. That's exactly the case here. It doesn't result necessarily in a sack, but it was the hit that altered the throw.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. So the fans going to head home happy. It's a win for the hometown squad. They finish off the first month of the season perfect as the victory runs their mark to 4-0. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olsen and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Lumberjacks and the Dreadnoughts, and it's kicking off next on Madden NFL 25.
With the skyline of Manhattan as our backdrop, we are across the East River in the fabled borough of Brooklyn, New York. Hi again, everyone. With Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, we look at this Brooklyn ball club. They've got to be pleased with the start to this season. Obviously, a perfect 3-0.
3 good quality wins, too. It's got people in the locker room excited. They're thinking that this could be their year.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Vancouver club, an early season tilt. And when it's an early season tilt, should be ready to roll.
Well, let's face it, the aches and pains haven't really set in yet, and both teams eyeing a really...
Here's the punter, Bradley Pinion, on to get us started. And we are underway from Brooklyn. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading them out is the Austin, Texas native at quarterback. It's Baker Mayfield.
Well, he did go 2-2 in the last ball game. Well, actually, he went 2-2-1, with the 1 being the victory.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line there. But wasn't it funny at practice? He threw one when we were watching, threw an interception, and the defense got on him a little bit, good-naturedly. But they're letting him know, you got to cut down those interceptions. We can't bail you out all the time.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. But as you said, they got the win in that effort last week. Play action now. Here's Mayfield. Under a heavy rush, and down he goes. Malik Harrison came in there hard on the blitz and got him down 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Now, how about that? Defensive coordinator perfectly in sync, dials up a blitz, and the man in the middle, he's the one who gets home.
Big Mike.
Big Mike.
And they need to work to at least get some of this yardage back after the sack. 2nd and 19. Now Mayfield. Then he's got Cooper on the out route. That's complete. And that's good for a gain of 6. And that'll force upon him a 3rd and 14. Mayfield to throw it. Eluding the pressure right. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Adafe Owe showing off the pass rush skills.
It always helps for a visiting team to come in and set the tone on defense. In fact, when we talked with them prior to the game, they said they wanted this home crowd to feel like they had to hide their valuables when they were in town.
Well, the home crowd quiet now early. See if their offense can take over and get some points on the board. So on 4th down, on is the punter, Ryan Wright. Deep to return is Kevontae Turpin. He was only asked to punt once in the victory last week as he sends this one away. It'll be a 39-yard punt, no return. And out will come the offense as they take over. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They will be led out by the 6-foot lefty from Alabama. It's Tua Tagovailoa.
And the numbers were not pretty. I mean, they don't look right. When you throw 2 interceptions, no touchdown passes, there's no way to really make that work. But I thought there were a lot of positives in watching his game tape. I think he's close to putting out a good performance. Let's see if he can...
Over the middle, and there's a diving catch. Just like that, a pickup of 20 on their first play from scrimmage.
And not all spectacular catches are the result of a pass that maybe was not thrown quite right. Sometimes it's thrown in the perfect spot, and you have to just go get it. And he did that right there.
No fear there in the middle of the field. And it's caught. Touchdown. Jalen Naylor, his 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Lumberjacks get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon. The fly route works for the TD grab.
And you know what the receivers love to say? If we get even with the defender, we're leaving. And that's exactly what he did all the way into the...
And now, of course, all scoring plays are reviewed, and I think they're going to take an extra long look at this one. They're taking a peek at whether or not those feet were in bounds, and obviously a big call here in the end zone.
And not just the feet. How about the hands? How is the ball possessed while the feet are hopefully getting down in bounds? That's what they're trying to look at to see if it all comes together.
So they called it a touchdown originally, and this will stay a touchdown after the video review, so they had it right. Zerline good with a PAT, and it's now a 7-0 game. The long touchdown pass gets them 6 on a very, very tidy 2-play drive that time. 7-0 is our score. Ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
And he slings one that's incomplete. The intended target was Calvin Ridley, and it's 3rd and 4. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down. But you look at this defense. Now, they're going to be tough to throw on, no doubt. Currently ranked 3rd in the NFL against the pass.
Yeah, defending the pass hasn't been an issue for them. It's been stopping the run. And if they don't stop the run, they can't get back to their strength, which is guarding against the air attack.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. And again, it's Mayfield. And he'll toss this one incomplete. Seeing no options, he throws it away. Now a 2nd and 10. Throwing, Mayfield. To the right side and intercepted. Picked up by Jalen Johnson. And they'll set up shop in enemy territory at the 45-yard line. Well, certainly not his best throw that time, and not a good time to make it, Charles, when they were in nickel with 5 defensive backs on the field.
And that's exactly why you have those 5 DBs out there. You want extra speed on the field, guys who have ball skills and understand what the passing game can do, and gives them a chance to react and make a play on the football, and they take one of those away.
First carry for DeAndre Swift. And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on 1st down. Well, this defense very strong in that victory from a week ago.
Even better than that, they pitched a shutout in that game, and I'm telling you, trust me on this one. That's a confidence builder for the rest of the season. When you get a defense...
And this is caught, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. DeAndre Hopkins, his first touchdown on the year. And the Lumberjacks are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Well, they had gone run the previous play. Nice little setup. This time they go play action. Defense bites a bit, and they hit for a big play in the end zone.
So they sold it really well, didn't they? Because of just what you described. They ran it the previous play, come back with the same action, and now they step back and throw it and get a big play for a touchdown. But what happens as a defensive back is your eyes have to go to the right place. You always hear Coach talk about, are your eyes in the right spot? Well, this time the eyes went to the play action. It froze their feet. They weren't moving, and he went on past them and caught the pass for a touchdown.
And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. Here's Brooklyn to once again go on offense. They've been outplayed early, no question. Down 14-0 already as they come up 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception from the last drive. He'll look to throw. Looking for Cooper. That's complete. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. Maybe a good spot to take a shot. Here's 2nd and a yard from the 34. Mayfield looks to throw. Pass caught by Pearsall. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a 1st down.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Mayfield. And he gets this one to Ridley, complete. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards, and it's 2nd down. 14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. second quarter now. It's Brooklyn in possession. Ball spotted at the 45. Here's second down and 3. Going to the air again with Mayfield. Over the middle, Amari Cooper. It's complete. And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 44-yard line.
Mayfield now. That's over the middle and caught by Pearsall. And to the 36-yard line, taken down there after getting 8 yards. Second and a couple.
At the 36-yard line.
Here's Mayfield. Gets it downfield to Mayer. And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown. Michael Mayer, 36 yards. And the Dreadnoughts are back within a score.
For a big tight end, he can sure move like a slot receiver when he gets a head of steam going. And as a defensive back, you've got a big decision to make when he's moving like that.
Jason Myers now for the extra point. And that one makes it 14-7. So that drive 6 plays, 75 yards. And it was finished off by a Michael Mayer touchdown grab. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. Getting set to go again, DeAndre Hopkins marches back onto the field. He's doing what he's capable of, having a solid game. Not the most amazing game. He's not over 100 yards, but a good game so far.
And you just know that mentally, he feels like he's one catch away from turning it into a great game and starting on that road. And the defenders are well aware of that, too. They've got to figure out a way to not let that escalate. Keep him right in this zone here and call it a day, because otherwise, he can really decimate them.
Better believe they are well aware of his playmaking ability. Here's Tagovailoa to throw. There's a short one to the tight end, Johnson. So just 3 yards on the completion there, and that'll make it second down. They will run straight ahead with Swift. And a gain of 4 gets him right to the midfield stripe.
Well, they didn't get a whole lot out of that one, but I think you've got to continue to try and run and try and keep the defense honest.
You mean, or else they'll just sit back, dare you to throw it on every down?
Yeah, you get your quarterback hit a lot that way, too.
He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. The drive stays alive, a third down gain of 8.
Would it be safe to say that as precise as routes are supposed to be run in the NFL, maybe they're not quite as precise in college ball?
That's accurate, yeah.
And I think we saw a college route in the NFL there. Just find the soft spot, find the dead zone, and find the first down. And that's what he just did.
So the completion good for just 3. And it'll be second down. Throwing now is Tagovailoa. Open man is Naylor. He's got it. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or 2 shy of the 10. A gain of 28 yards there and give him a first down. We've hit the 2-minute mark of the second quarter, 14-7. Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. Here's Tua. Got his tight end. That's complete. It's Johnson. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and it's second down. Tua sets up to pass it. Keeps himself upright. He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
The way he's been slinging in the first half, you expect everything he throws to go for a touchdown, but I guess he's got to wait to try and pick up that third, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought he had him for a second, but you're right, not to be. And it'll be intercepted.
Definitely not the ideal time to see that mistake, partner, because this is still a one-possession game, and that's at least a field goal that just vanished with that turnover. Now, pressure's on defensively to prevent that pick from turning into points for the other side.
Baker Mayfield leads the offense out for their next possession. Last series, the ball never hit the ground. 6 of 6, touchdown pass, so whatever he did then, do it again, right?
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of when I watch the best quarterbacks throw 7-on-7 or even routes versus air. They're accurate. The receivers catch it. The ball never touches the ground. Or if you want to take it to basketball, a well-executed fast break, right? Pass, 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 finish at the rim, basket. Yeah, ball never hits the ground there either.
So the yellow flag came out, and that leads to a new set of downs for this offense. 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield. He's got the connection to Cooper. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. Mayfield now from the 50 to the left side and complete for Amari Cooper. From the gun, Mayfield. And he will find Ridley. That's complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in half number 1.
Oh, it's time to give a little credit there to the defense. They played that very well because it was a drag route, and he ran it a little shallower than normal as he worked straight across the field. He was hoping he'd get lost behind the defensive line, but once he made the catch, nowhere to turn upfield and gain any yardage.
It'll go as a gain of 4. And now 2 yards to go on 3rd down. They'll come to the line needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. This one caught by Ridley. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they stop it with 16 seconds to go in half number 1. They'll throw again. Here's Mayfield. And he's going to be taken down. Pressure gets there back at the 39-yard line. Zadarius Smith there getting in and bringing him to the ground.
At the 39-yard line.
So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we'll get you down the coast to Orlando for Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you guys in a bit. But first, time for a trip around the league on this final weekend of September. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, and we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side can play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always. This one's still anyone's game as we welcome you back for quarter number 3. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. The Lumberjacks offense and Tua Tagovailoa headed back out onto the field. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And, Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it, but I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities, and I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them.
To a hit, and the ball is out. Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it. And they have the football and will take over at the 24-yard line. So we thought maybe they would have a chance to extend this lead on the opening drive of the second half. Instead, they cough it up.
Obviously not an ideal start, when you're trying to get a little separation, and I can guarantee that they talked about that in the locker room. Let's get out there, start this quarter the right way. Let's try and put some points on the board and create some space.
Here's Brooklyn to once again go on offense. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. Mayfield now after the fumble recovery. Drops it off for Chubb. And he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up second down.
A gain of 2 brings up second and 8 at the 22-yard line.
This one caught left side by Cooper. And he's taken down after a gain of 3 as they move it from the 22 to the 19. They had great starting position to begin the drive, but now they look up at a 3rd and 5. To throw, Mayfield. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
Oh, that's going to hurt a bit because they needed to come through with a completion there. Now a drive that started with great field position is facing 4th down.
A 36-yard attempt.
Myers' kick is good, and they'll cut the lead back down to 4 now at 14-10. So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well, and kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. And the Vancouver offense ready for their next drive. And last time they coughed it up, led to a field goal. They're fortunate that it only led to a field goal, but still, they're not happy about it.
Could you sense the relief, though, when they only gave up the field goal and they were able to trot back out on the field and start this drive, a little more pep in their step because they didn't cost their team a touchdown, but they know they've got to do it a lot better than they did on the last possession.
The coach will just be relieved, though, if they recoup with a score here, right?
I think the coach would be ecstatic to see them pick themselves back up and now take it downfield, punching the end zone without turning it over.
Incomplete.
And when you're in a one-score game in the second half, now's not the time to force the football to places where you shouldn't. And that's a smart decision to just get that one out of there.
Tua going to throw. Able to find the open man. That's complete. Still going inside the 20. And finally taken down at the 4-yard line. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
Oh, big-time credit. What a play design there. They wanted to get him loose in the open field, and they succeeded. He had all sorts of room to operate in, and they finally track him down inside the 5-yard line.
And he will push his way forward down to about the 3-yard line. Only a yard on the keeper, and it'll be 2nd down. Looking to pass. Tua. That one thrown away from the pocket. The officials kind of looking at each other, but they'll say there was a receiver in the area, so no penalty, just an incomplete pass. Tua now, 3rd and goal. Escaping the pressure right. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Tua Tagovailoa. His 3rd touchdown of the game and 5th on the year. And the Lumberjacks add 6 to their lead. That seemed pretty ideal there for the offense, Charles. You take a little bit of time off the clock here in the 3rd quarter, decent length drive, and you pad your lead as well at the end of it.
And what it does is lets you feel like you're in control of this game, even more so than a 2-touchdown lead, right? Because you have taken that time off, as you noted, which means they couldn't get you off the field. You ran your playbook the way you wanted to, and you gave your defense some rest. What a big-time drive in that situation.
And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. Here's Brooklyn to once again go on offense. They'll look to make some inroads here, trailing 21-10 as they come up on a 1st and 10. A first carry now for Nick Chubb. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
At the 26-yard line.
Mayfield to throw it. And a quick throw here, that's complete.
Simple drag route here, lined up out left and tried to work his way back across the field. You probably saw me twitch there, partner, because I think he wanted the ball a little bit sooner. By the time he looked it in, defender was right on it.
That is caught, and he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. It goes as a gain of 9, and it moves the chains.
I like the call on 3rd and 2. They were geared up to stop the run. I like the fact they just hit him quick. A little slant route. All about timing there, partner.
Yeah, the timing, everything well executed. Now Mayfield. A throw on the run, but that's going to be incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete. They don't get the hook up there, but you really have to marvel at how precise he's been throwing the football these last couple weeks.
Oh, that's the perfect word for it, precise, because if you're at 70% or better 2 weeks in a row, you have a job as long.
There he goes, Amari Cooper, and touchdown! Amari Cooper, 56 yards. And the Dreadnoughts are able to cut into this deficit here in the final minute of the 3rd. As a former DB, you might not like to see that, but from a wide receiver's perspective, those are the plays they dream of.
Correct on both counts, all right? Because once he took off, I mean, let's face it, that should have been done in Big Sky country. Aren't any speed limits out there? And off he went. Glad I wasn't the one trying to chase him.
Mayfield going to try to throw for the 2. And he's got it. So the try for 2 successful. And with it, they're back within a field goal. I guess the coach looked at the 2-point cheat sheet, said go for it, get it to a 3-point game, and they did it.
Yeah, and sometimes you just throw out time of game. You don't worry about that. There's just a feel sometimes in making that call, and he felt good about what he had for a 2-point conversion, and now they're only down 3 and feeling great about themselves.
And after the touchdown, here's Myers to boot it away. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. The Lumberjacks offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he's been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been totally taken apart, and that is borne out in his numbers. He's been terrific all game long. Going to the air, Tagovailoa. A short throw pulled in by Bellinger. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. 2 yards to go, 2nd down.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
And as they come to the line, they will not be able to get off another play as time has run out on this 3rd quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now just east of Manhattan in Brooklyn. It's been a very hotly contested game to this point. Just a field goal separating these two teams as we get set for the 4th quarter. This is Swift on the counter. And he'll be brought down right at the 45-yard line. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a 1st down.
And this is exactly what you're looking to do offensively. If you can start stringing some runs together like this, you'll keep churning out 1st downs, and that's going to put you in a great position to carry this one home.
1st down, and they go with Swift again. And he maneuvers up the middle for 3, and it's 2nd down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a win-win, but if you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
Yeah, he will go out right near the 35-yard line. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a first down. 5th catch of the game for him there.
Yeah, and the tight end position is now becoming a volume pass catcher. Used to be occasional, right? Safety valve, throw one to him every so often, but mainly they want him out there to block. Nowadays, an integral part of the passing game, and they create such great mismatches that they often become the leading receiver.
On 1st and 10, it's Swift. And this defense not ready for that one as he'll take this down inside the 25. Back-to-back nice plays, 12 yards that time and a first down. They'll send a receiver in motion left. Now Tua going to fake the jet sweep and the handoff as he'll drop the throw. And that one incomplete, but now a penalty flag coming in late. That might be PI. So the pass incomplete in the end zone, but the flag comes out for interference.
And now you're set up right on the doorstep of the goal line. 1 yard away changes what your play calls are going to be.
No gain on the play, and it's going to be 2nd and goal. Now Tua. And he is going to go down. Back at the 11-yard line. Will Anderson. Credit him with a sack as he buries him for a loss of 10.
When you're this close to the goal line, you got to expect pressure from the defense, so the ball's got to come out fast. Got to get out of his hands quicker.
A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play, 3rd and goal. From the gun, it's Tua. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete. So decision time now, because a field goal keeps it a one-score game. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm looking at the down and distance, and that's where the issue comes in. It's not short enough that it's a no-brainer and you go for it. You have to analyze this one. To me, you take the field goal, take the points. I don't think you want to risk coming away with nothing.
So they get the 3, but you wonder now, is that going to be enough?
Excellent question, because when I look at the smiles on that side of the field, they're a little tight, aren't they? If they had scored a touchdown there, those would be big half-moon grins right now because they'd feel a whole lot better about their position.
And a touchdown in the other direction, all of a sudden they're down. The Dreadnoughts offense and the veteran Amari Cooper getting set for their next possession. And he's looking to finish strong. He has been the star of the show as they have just had absolutely no answers for him defensively. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Throwing, Mayfield. That's into the hands of Pearsall on the right side. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down. 2nd down and a yard. Mayfield. He completes it to Woodley. And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45.
And here we are in the 4th quarter, partner, and we watch them drive for what would be a go-ahead touchdown. And you and I both know this is where you need a quarterback who can keep his cool back there, not just for himself, but to keep the rest of the team relaxed too.
All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. Firing quickly, but it's incomplete.
We know it's not an easy job to go out and catch passes when people are trying to tackle you and knock the ball away. But the bottom line is, that's a pass he's got to have and a pass he should have caught.
And again, it's Mayfield. Completes it right side to Cooper. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They face a critical 3rd down now, needing a score here in the late going. And he's taken down inside the 30. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. Now Mayfield. Looking for Cooper. That's complete. And taking it to the 15-yard line before he's brought down.
That's a nice job right there, partner, because they were able to work down the middle of the field, working in the seams, because I think defensively they were guarding the sidelines, trying to keep them from getting out of bounds. They took what they gave them, and it was successful.
Here's 1st down. Mayfield. Looking for and finding Amari Cooper again. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the 1st down. Chubb. Not going anywhere. He'll lose a couple back to the 6.
Partner, you've got about 20 coaches on your payroll, but there's 60,000 of them in the stands. I don't think any of them like that play.
And the later we go, it's starting to sound like 100,000 in here. Sideline throw, it's complete. And a nice job there of keeping the toes in bounds. 3rd down and goal coming up here. Mayfield to throw. And that is caught. Touchdown. And they're an extra point away from taking the lead here in the final minute. Now they can boot it through on the always important extra point, and then their defense has to hold up their end of the bargain.
And there's something that you've pointed out in numerous games that we've worked. Okay, the excitement's going on. Everyone's celebrating over there. Who's calling up the defense to make sure they're focused, because they still have some work to do?
A very important extra point there, up and good. And that is going to put them on top by a point, and it sets us up for quite a finish. And after the touchdown, here's Myers to boot it away. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down by 1, 30 seconds to go. And they're in danger of a 3rd straight loss as they come up on 1st and 10. Tua. He's got Johnson. And not a whole lot there. Maybe 3 yards on 1st down. Now a timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with 25 ticks remaining on the clock. Connecting with Johnson. And he's going to pick up a 1st down here as that clock continues to run. Now another timeout called for by the offense. That'll leave him with just 1 remaining in this 4th quarter of play. And he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game. Now Tua. And that'll be incomplete with 11 seconds remaining now. Back-to-back big plays defensively. First the sack. Now they force the incompletion on 3rd and long. Things looking pretty good for them.
And this is where they have to be careful, because they've got the momentum going their way. They will be really amped up to get to the quarterback. Look out, draw, screen, something that can be used against them.
And so after all of this, it comes down to one final play.
And just think of what it's going to be, because from this distance, you've got to be prepared for everything. Hook and laterals, tip balls, you name it. A lot of laterals after a catch. Just got to be prepared, stay on your feet defensively, and tackle someone.
And it's incomplete. So their final drive comes up empty. And with that, the ball game is over. What a ball game this was. What an atmosphere this was. And the home team getting the late touchdown, getting the victory, and now everybody in this building can file away with smiles on their faces.
And what do real estate people tell us all the time? It's location, location, location. So being at home, that can be a big deal, because remember, they were down to their final chance to retake the lead. That home field advantage, I think it helped fuel all of what happened for them down the stretch. A huge win.
So for Brooklyn, hey, they finish a perfect month of September as they move to 4-0 on the new campaign. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for Vancouver, they'll drop down to 1-3, and they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. I'm Brandon Gaudin. Certainly have to thank Charles Davis, my broadcast partner, and our entire crew. We'll catch you next time right here. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 4 of the 2024 season, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Caps and the Oilers, and it's all up next.
This is the NFL on EA Sports as we join you from the so-called Space City, Houston, Texas. Along with Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, you take a look at our home side as we enter play here. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game, so they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Columbus club, they too were losers last week, so they're also hoping to get back in the win column. Something's got to give in this one. And we are underway from Houston. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And a pretty slick return there. Almost got it to the 45. Officially, they'll call him down at the 44. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the #1 overall pick back in 2020 from LSU. It's Joe Burrow.
And when you come into the league as the #1 guy selected, a lot of hype comes with it. And sometimes that weight can be unbearable. But this young man, he took that weight on and handled it as well as you can imagine. And I love his ability to make a second, third reaction play and create downfield.
And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's second down.
It's now 2nd and 10.
On the ground, it's the rookie from Tennessee. On a determined run there as he's going to take this all the way down near the 40. 15 yards on the play, first down. Now, look, that wasn't a huge gain, but those are the types of carries I think they were missing in their loss last week. They couldn't get him going on the ground.
Did you get the same feeling I did during our meetings, that they kind of regretted that he didn't touch the ball?
Absolutely.
You know, hey, he should have touched it more last week. They weren't going to make that same mistake, and they've taken care of that early.
Ball on the 39. Here's second down and 8.
2nd and 8 at the 39-yard line.
Burrow will throw. Finding his target, it's Trey McBride. He'll go down as a gain of 6, and 3rd and 1 now. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. Bourne going to go in motion right here. Now it's Burrow. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. A 3rd down gain of 3 yards, and that'll be enough. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. They'll bring the tight end in motion right. They're passing here, Joe Burrow. That's complete to McBride. They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and it'll be second down.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 23-yard line.
Bourne going to go in motion right here. Burrow looking to pass. Finding Bourne here over the middle. That's good for a first down, his 2nd catch of the opening drive.
That's good for a 3rd. 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line.
And Burrow going to throw again. This one left side caught by Collins. So the completion good for 7 there. And that will bring up second down.
The gain of 7 brings up 2nd and 3 at the 9-yard line.
Now Burrow. And he's got it. And he's in. Touchdown, Houston. Trey McBride. His 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Oilers are on the board first here this afternoon. Now, this is a crew, they've come out flat their last 2 games, both losses, but just judging by the energy level, they look different here early, and that touchdown shows how.
Yeah, it seems to me that touchdown gets them off the treadmill. Because, you know, you've been on the treadmill. I've seen you work out. You go forever and ever, and it tells you you've gone somewhere, but you really have. You're in the same spot. They've exchanged it for an escalator. Still got some hills to climb, but they can get there.
These are good analogies. I run outside sometimes, though. You know, get some fresh air, a little sun on your face.
A little wind in there.
Yeah, that's right. Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They're led out by their quarterback out of Fresno State, Derek Carr.
He had the numbers of a game last week that if you win, you talk about him being a gritty guy, managing the game, getting it done. But they lost. So obviously 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown pass, that's not going to be good enough. Got to get that changed around.
And that to the 30. It'll be second down. When you look at this defense, they've been very good this year against the pass, currently holding on to a top 10 ranking at number 10.
You have to like the way that they've played in the first month. They have to be very proud being a top 10 unit against the pass. Their goal, though, in this one, see if they can improve that ranking.
We'll see what kind of mindset they have here offensively after giving up the touchdown on the opening drive.
And based on our time with them, prior to this game, I feel like they've got a good mindset.
Oh, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked up by Jordan Whitehead. And he's able to get it back to the 33-yard line. So problems with errant passing continuing. Remember, he threw 2 picks in the loss last week, and now another here in this first quarter.
And sometimes, partner, this is the result of a quarterback who's simply trying to do too much. Feels like he's trying to make up for what he did last week, and you can't do it all on one throw.
So now we get set to see Houston for their second drive of the ball game. And they'll have good field position here following the interception and a chance to build on their lead as they start with a 1st and 10. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. A give up the middle to right. And a 5-yard gain as he's down inside the 30 to the 28-yard line.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
Here's Burrow. And he's going to go down here. A sack. They push him back to the 34. Jonathan Allen, the former first-round pick, getting in there to bring him down.
And we all know how talented this guy is who's calling the signals for him. But even the best in the game, they can struggle against a good, cohesive zone coverage. Can't find a gap in the secondary quick enough, and he ends up taking a sack.
Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. Now it's Burrow. Able to find the open man. That's complete. Touchdown, Houston. Nico Collins, his first touchdown on the year. And the Oilers have taken a 2-touchdown lead now.
The full team is involved in this game early, aren't they? Go down the field, score on offense, take the ball away on defense, and go right back and score again. You got to like the way that's working for them.
That's exactly right. Touchdown, turnover, touchdown, 2-score lead. A little bit like you at breakfast this morning. I got to get this in. You had a perfect omelet, dropped it, so a little bit of a turnover. You went right back though and got that omelet and crushed it.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Got to do what you got to do.
Don't worry about your hands, though.
Yeah.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown. And he won't quite make it to the 25. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. And they're in an early hole. First drive, they threw the interception. That led to a touchdown, so decent-sized deficit early on.
It is, but I think you hit the key words, early on. So that...
everything falling apart now. Another one intercepted. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. Wow, this one, it is getting out of hand early. They add a pick-6 to the ledger now. 3-score lead still in the first half.
And all that celebrating that you see and hear from those defenders, it's not just because they scored a touchdown on a pick-6. It's because they're pitching a shutout in this one. Every defender's dream.
Boswell for the extra point. And it is now 21-0. So the defense creating some points, not only getting the interception, but then returning it to the end zone for the pick-6. So they throw the pick-6. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. Solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. That pick six just a moment ago. Things went from bad to worse. Look up at the scoreboard now. Not looking good here. We'll see if they can put something together on this drive. 1st and 10. Now Carr to try again after the pick six. That to the right sideline, and it falls incomplete.
I tell you, Brandon, this defense is playing with some confidence. Haven't allowed a point yet. Flying to the football. I'm telling you, it's almost 11 to the ball on every snap. Another nice job there to force an incompletion.
To throw, it's Carr. A short throw pulled in by Kincaid. He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead. Carr going to throw. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage.
An 8-yard pickup. 1st down.
Hand off to Spears. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Great effort by Alex Singleton as he finishes that play off. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss. Here's Carr. That one's taken in by Spears. And he'll lose yardage on the play back at the 37-yard line. So that'll go as a 4-yard loss on the play. And they're going to be staring at a 3rd and long here.
If you're a selfish player and you're throwing the ball, you're cool with the completion. Maybe not so cool with the yardage loss, though, huh?
Yeah, you went backwards on the yardage. Hey, it kind of works like a sack for the defense there.
Yeah, it's a really big play for them, right? Able to figure it out, sniff it out, and finish it off.
That one good for only 6, and it leaves them with a 4th down. Now we get to see the punter, Corliss Waitman. Deontay Hardy back deep. This will be a 41-yard punt, 3 on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. Here's Nico Collins, and this offense getting set to go for another drive. He's the star wide receiver, and he's doing his thing so far here into the 2nd quarter.
And how you get distinguished as a star is each and every week performing to a high level no matter what they throw at you, because you're always wanting to take him out of the game if you're a defensive team. How do you press him, double him, triple him, all of those things? But the best players show up each and every week. Solid games and some spectacular ones.
And he has showed up time and time again. From the shotgun, it's Burrow. That's to the former Bear, Darnell Mooney. And he'll be corralled right around the 34. His first catch, good for 14 there and a 1st down.
Let's just call it what it is. This has been a flat-out struggle for this defense all game long. They've really had a hard time slowing them down. And while I'm not big on speeches and guys jumping up and down, they might need their team leader on defense to get in their face right now and light a fire under these guys. They've got to start playing better assignment football and start getting guys on the ground.
From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. Here's Burrow setting up to throw it. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
Throwing again, it's Burrow. And this will be caught by Mooney. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. They'll look to throw again. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. A strong 8 yards will keep this drive rolling.
1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
And the slot man goes in motion left. From midfield now, Burrow. Got the connection here to Bourne. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with a little over 50 seconds to go in the first half. And from the 42 now, here's 2nd and 2. To the air again, Burrow. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's third down.
Brings up third down and 2.
Again, he'll drop to throw. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. It'll be a pickup of 4, good enough to earn him yet another first down. Burrow will throw. Rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked up by Minka Fitzpatrick. And he'll return it to the 24-yard line. He's certainly not been afraid to take some chances downfield. Now, look, it's paid off for him a couple of times. That time, not so fortunate.
And that's where I want to start, what you said. It's paid off a couple of times. So his aggressiveness has been good for his offense for the most part. So he throws an interception there. No one likes that, but I would not rein him back in. The return on investment thus far has been pretty good. 2 touchdowns to 1 interception.
Back out comes this offense now late in this first half. I don't think they need to be reminded of the situation here. I mean, the clock is dwindling. 3-score deficit waiting for them at halftime unless they can get something on the board here before intermission. Now, he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on first down. In motion, the tight end. Shotgun now for Carr. That's into the hands of Tutu Atwell. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop the clock with 24 seconds to go in this first half. And complete to Smith and Jigba. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. Working from the gun, it's Carr. And he fends him off. The throw here right sideline falls incomplete.
Yeah, very smart play right there. Pocket collapsing around him. Love the way he moved around a little bit and avoided the sack.
Now Carr again. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
That could have been a huge play, but give the defender credit. Stayed calm, stayed collected, and kept himself in a position to make a play on the ball without a penalty.
And on 4th down, on is the punt team sending this one away. And this will be up to the ruling of the side judge here. He says it crossed out of bounds at the 16-yard line. All that remains is to snap this once, and that'll do it for the first half of play. So we reach halftime in what's been a fairly one-sided game so far. As we'll get you over to Orlando, where standing by is Jonathan Coachman. He has our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We saw a strong first half out of the quarterback, Joe Burrow. He fired his guys into the lead with 2 first-half touchdown passes as they were looking like a well-oiled machine in the first half of play. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up, ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. The Caps offense and Derek Carr ready for this next possession. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive.
And you have to think, Charles, down 3 scores already. They need to play an almost perfect second half to have a solid chance.
And that absolutely starts with finding some way to put together a touchdown drive here. They need to be smart, fast, efficient, get the ball to the end zone, and do it again multiple times in order to have a chance to win this game.
Out of the gun to give to Spears.
He's brought down at the 34. Call it a gain of 4.
That ground game contained again there, Charles, and that's really a big reason that they're trailing right now.
And give a lot of credit to that defensive front. That's exactly what they worked for all week, to try and take away the run game, make them one-dimensional. In the battle of game plans, theirs has been superior.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage, so they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the first down.
And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3. So it's the big left tackle who gets tagged with a hold.
And sometimes you're actually executing the block well, and he starts to slip off of you, and instinctively you reach out and grab him. And when it's done like that, it's often seen by the official and called.
And he's able to get this to the 40-yard line before he's out of bounds. The extra effort after the catch makes it good for a gain of 26 and also a first down. From the gun, it's Carr. Over the middle, the catch by Coleman. And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And they'll be left with a second and about a foot. Now a play fake. Carr. And this is incomplete.
Just what they need, a lecture from me, but subpar offense is what helped get them into this spot. And now they're continuing the trend with incompletions. That won't get them out of it if they don't change something soon.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. 4th down now after a loss of 2.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything in the run game. Case in point right there.
Fourth down, so Zach Taylor sends out the field goal unit. It'll be a 49-yard attempt from the left hash. And this is right down the middle as he puts it through, and the deficit drops now from 21 down to 18. So a good drive there to begin quarter number 3, but they're only able to shave 3 points off the lead.
Well, something's better than nothing, all right? They didn't play particularly well in the first half, but they definitely need him to step on the accelerator now and play a whole lot better.
And able to get this out to the 25. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half.
Now motion left with Mooney.
Now Burrow. Throwing the out route incomplete. It's Collins. And he's able to get this one up to his 30 before he's out of bounds. Ball on the 30. They'll come up with a 2nd and 5.
They'll work the middle here with Wright.
And that play going absolutely nowhere as he's belted before he could get out of the backfield. They'll wind up losing 3. And now it's 3rd down. Burrow looking to pass.
He's got his target. That's complete. Down the left sideline.
Touchdown, Houston.
Nico Collins
with 2 touchdowns on the season, both in this game, as his guys are able to push that lead out a bit further. This offense, they were dynamic in the first half. The halftime break, that didn't slow them down at all. Big strike here in the third quarter.
It's almost as if they were saying, it's not just our skill in the first half that's getting this done, it's confidence as well. And confidence has taken over this game in a big way. How about these strikes that we're seeing?
Boswell good with the extra point, and they open the lead up now to 25. Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown. Well, now how about this return? And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. Columbus's offense just about ready to go again. And last time able to get 3. It's not what they wanted. They wanted 6, but they got at least something. They mustered something out of the drive.
They'll take it. I like the way you've described it. Not ideal, but they'll take it. Anything to put some points on the board. But this time on offense, they don't even want to see the field goal kicker trot on the field. They want that ball in the end zone.
Yeah, they'll be going for 6. On 1st and 10, it's Spears. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. And it's 2nd down. Now that ground game just continues to struggle to really get any momentum in this ball game, Charles. And, I mean, you're at the point here, third quarter, down 4 scores, probably going to have to put it in the air.
Oh, no question about it. So that's your only chance, your only opportunity. But think of the pressure you just put on your offensive line, because if you're a pass rusher, you're not even thinking about them running the football. All you're doing is getting into that sprinter stance and going after the quarterback.
So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his 3rd down play as we've played 3 quarters. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4. Now Carr. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage.
It's a gain of 6. 1st down, Columbus.
And the tight end goes in motion left. To throw his Carr. Oh, he dropped it. And that's pretty indicative of the way this one's gone. Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10. Back to throw again. Throw out wide is incomplete.
And that's another play that's painted the picture of this game overall. It's been a blowout. It's been continually fueled by big turnovers and stops for one side and an inability to advance the ball from the other.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Give them credit for excellent coverage, tight coverage. They're doing a lot of things that we talk about in basketball. They're causing disruptions in the passing game. And as long as that continues, it'll be tough for them to gain any momentum throwing the ball down.
And he's going to be intercepted for the 3rd time thus far. Chidobe Awuzie with a pick. And he's going to get this one to the 23-yard line. Well, I guess an interception at this point on 4th down is just as bad as an incomplete pass. Either way, the ball goes over the other side.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in this late in the game, and there's not a whole lot he could do there, and he winds up giving the ball away.
The Oilers offense and Joe Burrow getting set for this next drive. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. Houston's offense already at the line, set to get going. And after the interception, they are sitting in an even better spot with the ball and a comfortable 4th quarter lead. And they're able to get this one across the 35. Give them 13 yards on the opening play of the drive and also give them a 1st down.
Most of their damage has been done through the air. I mean, they've rung the bell 3 times with passing touchdowns. But guess what? Ground game has not been neglected. Nice little burst right there.
On first down, they'll stay with Wright on the ground. And running room scarce here. He's going to be stopped in his tracks at the line of scrimmage. Here's 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 36-yard line.
Now it's Burrow. This one left side caught by Collins. 5 yards. Now it's 3rd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
Out of the gun. Here's a give to Wright. And he will have the first down as he's brought down up near midfield. 41 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries.
Brandon, when a defense just simply can't get off the field on 3rd down, and we all know how important that down is for both sides of the ball, you often feel like you're just a step behind whatever they're doing offensively.
And one of the differences in this game, no doubt, 3rd down conversion, and that is going to be a story they'll talk about after this one. From a couple of yards beyond midfield, here's 2nd and 8. Just 2 minutes remaining here in the 4th quarter of what has been a one-sided affair. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They've got a 2nd down now as they look to salt this one away. They'll go again here with Wright. And he'll be brought down, it looks like right at the 40. That one, a first down pickup of 8. Hate to be blunt, but it is just continuing to prove to be the case that this O-line is manhandling this D-line right now.
They deserve to roll up their sleeves and show up their biceps because they're doing exactly what you just described, manhandling the defensive front. They've got the leverage, they're powering through, and they're controlling this game.
2nd down and a little more than a yard here.
Brings up 2nd and a yard at the 32-yard line.
They'll run out of the gun with Wright, and he'll go down at the 28. 4 yards the pickup, first down.
First and 10 at the 28-yard line.
So Houston going to come away here with the victory. And it was their defense that led the way, allowing just 3 points, that lone field goal in the entire second half.
And remember the old adage, offense sells tickets. Defense does what?
Wins championships.
And in this game, maybe a championship wasn't won, but a game was by the defense, right? Held them to just a field goal. That's a heck of a job. I mean, when they went out there with that determination and a pretty good game plan, pretty good idea of what they wanted to accomplish, just love the execution, love the tenacity, love the way they finished.
So for Houston, it'll be a 500 start as the win gets them back to 2-2. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for Columbus, they also will exit this one at 2-2. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew here at EA Sports, I'm Brandon Gaudin saying so long, everybody.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and it's presented by EA Sports. It's the Steamers and the Desperados, and it comes your way next.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. So good to have you on board with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, in this league, you know it, you lived it. Undergoing a changing of the guard at the quarterback position sometimes can be traumatic, but a lot of times it leads to hope. We've got a couple of teams here with young signal callers looking towards the future.
And you know the old saying, Mike, in the NFL, it is truer than ever. If you have a quarterback, you have a chance. And here we have two teams that feel like they have that quarterback position.
Here now, Younghoe Koo to get us started. And off we go here on EA Sports. From the 6, here comes a return. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led out by the last pick in the draft in 2022. Iowa State's Brock Purdy at quarterback.
And this is where you really need your quarterback, Mike, to step up and not just lead your offense, but to really establish himself as the leader of this entire team. You're looking to pick up your first win. You're trying to build a little momentum to kickstart what's been a slow start to the season. Remember, another loss here today, 0-4, would all but eliminate their playoff chances. Only one team in NFL history, the 1992 San Diego Chargers, has ever made the playoffs after an 0-4 start.
Throwing on second down is Purdy. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7. On the handoff, it's Hall running right. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 at the 44-yard line.
A second down throw here for Purdy. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
And we will not see a return on this one, as it will be marked down. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They'll be led by the man from Oregon who started his career at Auburn, quarterback Bo Nix.
One thing about this guy that's pretty clear, Mike, is there's not a whole lot that rattles him. He does a good job staying even keel. You don't know if he just threw a pick or if he just led his team to a touchdown drive, and that was kind of the case last week. He didn't let it snowball into a bunch of back-breaking mistakes. He just shook it off and kept playing. Now, can he keep that mentality as the rest of the year unfolds? And if he does, he's going to give his team a chance every single week.
Second down, Nix. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Here's 3rd and 2. He'll try and run for this with Kamara. So the drive will end there, and on comes Tress Way to punt on 4th down. Deep to return, Kadarius Toney. This will be returned from just beyond midfield, and he'll be brought down. Short return, and they'll take over there. The Desperados offense going to take over now for the second time. They'll start with a short field, looking for the first points of this contest. And they'll begin 1st and 10. A quick throw. That's Leggett on the RPO.
The timing of these RPO concepts, that's the entire key. Remember, Mike, in the college game, they get a 3-yard window that they're allowed to be downfield even on a forward pass. That's not the rule in the NFL. These decisions have to be made quickly. If not, even after a good pickup, you could be coming back due to a flag.
And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8. On the option, here's Hall. Not much happening there, just a short gain. Here's a 2nd and 9. Another run here with Hall. He's able to get away from one man, but those reinforcements, they got there quick. Take him down behind the line. Here's a 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. And that is incomplete. The pass intended for Xavier Leggett. And now it's 4th down. Here is Graham Gano to try the field goal. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. Gano's kick is good. And the Desperados will take a 3-0 lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Steamers offense ready for their 2nd possession. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. And he's not going to be able to get away. Good defense on the perimeter. It'll be a loss of yardage. So just a lone field goal in the 1st quarter of play. 3-0 is our score. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. So they go backwards on 1st down. Here's 2nd and 13. Working out of the gun, it's Nix. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by their rookie corner. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
At the 26-yard line.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Shotgun snap and a give to Hall. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. They'll go again with Hall. He gets free. The speed on display. He's in. Reese Hall. Touchdown, Desperados. That his 1st touchdown this year.
When you start talking about the qualities of a top-tier back in the NFL, Mike, we all talk about size, speed, the ability to keep your feet, the ability to have balance at contact. But the part we don't talk enough about is patience, understanding the blocking scheme, the timing, when to hit the hole, as much as what hole to hit. And I think you get a great example of what that looks like when it all comes together. He takes advantage of the scheme, and next thing you know, he hits his head on the goalpost.
So out is Gano after the touchdown. He'll send this one away. Velus Jones now on the return. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Steamers offense ready to take over once again. And nothing doing from the offense just yet. Down 10-0 as They come up with 1st and 10. Here's Nix to throw. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line. That's Greg Russo in there for the sack.
The defensive coaches, they preached all week, Mike. They have to have relentless pursuit of this quarterback when he tries to extend the play. So often it results in a great play for the offense and a big pickup. This time, because of that pursuit, it leads to a big loss.
From the shotgun, here's Nix. This one intercepted. Picked off by Greg Newsome. And he's going to be brought down. What a turn of events here. He has given his guys 1st and 10 in the red zone.
I think you chalk this one up, Mike, to just a rookie mistake. And anytime you have a young signal caller behind center, you're going to have to deal with some of these ups and downs. Every once in a while, they're just not going to see the coverage. They're going to get baited into making a bad throw. That's kind of par for the course. The key is, how fast can these rookie quarterbacks turn the page, move on, and not make the same mistake again?
Here's 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Purdy. That's complete to Smith. And he's going to be taken down.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that anytime a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a
and he'll take it on in. Dalton Schultz. Touchdown, Desperados. So the turnover turns into a quick touchdown, and Greg, that's exactly how you want your offense to take care of business.
Anytime your defense can create those sudden change situations, Mike, absolutely, you have to take advantage of it. 1 second, you're sitting on the bench going over your next drive. All of a sudden, after that turnover, you've got to be able to get out on the field and go. Take advantage of the short field, and results in a nice touchdown.
So out is Gano after the touchdown. He'll send this one away. For the return, it's Keyshawn Nixon. And he is stopped at the 25. The drive will begin there. The Steamers offense getting set to get back to work. They trail this one 17-0 now. Really need to find some inspiration, some momentum on this drive as they'll begin here with 1st down. They'll start this one on the ground with Kamara. And they're going to mark him down up past the 35.
Well, a really nice start here to the drive. Early down success. Every offensive coordinator is trying to find ways. How do we pick up 1st downs without having to get to 3rd down? We see it here. Big explosive run. Now the rest of the drive unfolds.
And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
It's been a rough first half, but now as we approach halftime, Mike, you got to start getting some wins. And it could be something small like we just saw here. Some positive plays, build a little confidence on that sideline. So as you go into halftime, you have something to build on.
Here's Kamara. And he fought through one tackle, stayed on his feet. They'll get him down for no gain. Try again. It's 2nd and 10. Throwing is Nix. This one complete to Palmer. First catch for him on the afternoon, and it results in a 1st down.
And these are the throws that when they evaluate young quarterbacks coming out of college, they want to see you be able to make. Everyone worries about how far you can throw the ball, and while that's certainly important, to be able to make the throws from sideline to sideline, especially in those intermediate zones, drive the ball through space, because in this league, an open window is going to close in a hurry.
Nix now to throw it here on 1st down. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
Just a little slow developing on that screenplay there. It was pretty obvious to the entire defense exactly what was going on. Nobody was thinking pass. Nobody was getting back into their drops, and just nowhere for that back to go.
Chris Olave, the intended receiver. Third down coming up. Nix from the gun on third down. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Here's the quarterback doing everything in his power to extend this play, and none of his guys could get open. You got to see someone separate, work with your quarterback, go into scramble second reaction mode, and let's also give some credit to the back end doing a nice job plastering with their assignment, and he had no choice but to throw it away. It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone, and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
This taken at the 5. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Desperados offense ready to get back at it. The lead is a couple of touchdowns as this drive kicks off 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. A short throw pulled in by Schultz. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts. And they'll stop it just over a minute remaining in this first half. Purdy on first down. He's back to Schultz. He's got it again.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining, as they'll stop it just a little bit over 30 seconds to go in this first half. Back to the air is Purdy. He's going to let this one go for Worthy. That is caught. What a throw. Xavier Worthy. Touchdown, Desperados. And that is touchdown number 1 in the National Football League career of a guy, Greg, taken high in the draft, hoping for moments like that.
When you get drafted in the first round, Mike, let alone as a wide receiver, the expectation in the NFL today is that you need to come in and be an immediate impact player. Plays like this continue to build that relationship with the quarterback, and I think this guy's got a real bright future.
Extra point by Gano is up and good. And the Desperados extend to a 24-3 lead. They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. Here's Nixon on the return. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The visitors' offense going to take over just before the half. They find themselves down 3 touchdowns here, needing to flip the script in a hurry. And they'll start it here on first down. And a good tackle out wide will hold them to a gain of just 3. So we reach halftime in what has been to this point a one-sided game. As we're off to Orlando, going to check in with Jonathan Coachman, who's got our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We saw a fine performance in the first half from the former Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one
we get a
to
turnaround?
tighten up
Let's find
significantly.
out. The third quarter is underway. And he'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. The visitors' offense, and Bo Nix getting ready to go back to work. And this defense has really had their way so far, intercepting him twice, forced into a number of bad throws, and generally the D has just made it tough to operate all game long. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. Play action now. It's Nix. That's caught by Eckler.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel in. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
And the woes in the running game continue. They're going to subtract yards there. A loss on the play.
How often do we see linebackers be so fast trying to track down the ball carrier that they end up actually overrunning the play and allowing the running back to cut back? But not this guy. Does a great job staying in phase, stretching this ball out sideways, and he brings him down for a loss.
And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. The Steamers lining up in punt formation as he'll punt it away for the 2nd time. Now Tony to return it, and he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. The Desperados offense and Xavier Worthy getting set to take over once more. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. They're going to start this drive on the ground. It's Hall. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down.
A gain of 2 brings up 2nd and 8 at the 41-yard line.
Schultz is the motion man. On 2nd down, a run with Hall. And the defense all over this one. They knock him down. It'll go down as a loss of 2.
Where a defender makes his tackles tells you a lot about his abilities. And for an interior defensive lineman, Mike, to make plays on the outside of the formation just speaks to his speed, his effort, his ability to run down the line. And we saw it here, and he takes the back down for a loss.
Devontae Smith, the intended receiver, and that's going to lead to a 4th down. The Desperados out and ready to punt. He's on for the 2nd time, and wouldn't mind a carbon copy of that first kick. But he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. The visitors' offense ready to get back at it. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. Kamara going to get it on the zone read here. And their woes in the running game continue. He's going to be taken down behind the line.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on 1st down, but that's exactly the case here.
And he'll be taken down just shy of the 30.
Finding yourself down here multiple scores in the 2nd half. The defense is going to give you some friendly run looks, so don't be afraid to mix it in there. But if you're going to find yourself coming back from this deficit, you're going to have to do it primarily through the air with just a little bit of mix of the run.
They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. They'll throw. It's Nix. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
1st and 10. They'll work the middle here with Kamara. Oh, a loose football. The defense has it.
And as you can see with that fumble, Mike, it really just goes back to the fundamentals of how they're taught to carry the ball. And they talk about the points of pressure. And the biggest thing really, Mike, is you want the front tip of the ball, the part where your fingers cover, to always be higher than the back tip of the ball. So often you see that front tip go down, and it makes it so much easier for that defender to kind of rake it out. So you want pressure against the outside of the ball, both tips, the inside.
And remember now, all turnovers must be reviewed by replay, so this one is going to need a little closer look. At issue was the knee, or any other body part except the hand, down before the ball comes loose, and are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field? So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. On 2nd down, it's Nix. He connects with Palmer on that one. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
Points have certainly been hard to come by in this one today, Mike, but it seems like this drive has been what they've been searching for. A little bit of rhythm, the ability to sustain. Now they got to finish. Now they got to capitalize on these 1st downs and go finish with 6.
And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. So, 3 quarters now in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Here's 2nd and 2. A give up the middle with Kamara. And he'll be close to a 1st down. A gain of a couple as they mark him just short. Can they keep this drive rolling? Here is 3rd and inches. Back to throw is Nix. That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Greg Newsome.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot, get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The Desperados offense about ready to take over once more. And they look to finish it off here in the 4th. This might just wash away what was a subpar performance a week ago. The drive begins with a run, and it's Hall. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line.
Here's a case of an offense just piling on. You're really imposing your will on the defense. Everyone in the stadium knows you're going to run it. The defense knows it, you know it. And no matter what they do, they have no answers whatsoever. Anytime the running back is forced to chop his feet in the background and never get to top speed, you know that play's not going anywhere. That's exactly what the defense was able to force here by getting penetration. Great job there, stopping this play before he had a chance to even get started.
Good try to use that size to push forward, but it's not going to work. Defense strong up front. They're going to get him down behind the line of scrimmage. On 3rd down, here's Hall. A pickup there of 13, and that will be a 1st down.
So when you're evaluating the impact of a team's run game, Mike. I think it's important at the end of the game to look back and say, okay, how many yards did they run for? But more importantly, when did those yards come? Did I run for those yards in the fourth quarter, which typically means I had to lead? That's the sign of a successful run game, as opposed to getting a lot of meaningless yards early in the game.
And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. On the handoff, here comes Hall. And it'll be a pickup of 3. So 3rd down, forthcoming. He'll try to run for it with Hall. And he's going to be taken down here. Looks like a pretty good spot, though. Yes, he's got it. That's a 1st down. Two minutes remain in the 4th quarter. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. They'll give up the middle with Hall. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. He'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
At the 44-yard line.
They'll run it out of the gun, and it's Hall. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard.
Number 1 rule of run blocking for the offensive line is you don't want to allow penetration. It just doesn't give your running back any angles to cut and find the hole. It's exactly how it played out here. They've got to do a better job holding the line of scrimmage and not getting pushed back. You can always tell what a team's decision will be on 4th down, Mike, based on what they do on 3rd down. In this case, unfortunately, they didn't get enough yards on the ground to make that 4th down more manageable. So I think they have to reconsider whether they go for it here.
So the fans gonna head home happy. It's a win for the hometown squad. They didn't quite get the shutout they were hoping for and likely deserved. This was a tremendous defensive performance. They held the other guys to just a field goal, that's all. And that defensive unit was the driving force in this victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olsen and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. So long, everybody.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Tigers and the Redwoods. And it's coming up next.
Thank you to Trey Mosley for the introduction. We are indeed excited to welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen. We are about set for kickoff. Greg, talking to the coaches all week. We're so curious to see what's going to play out here at the start of this one.
And ideally, I think each of these teams is thinking, okay, we think this is how the game's going to unfold. This is our plan. This is how we're going to go attack. And if that's the case, great. But very rarely does that happen, Mike. So it's really the team that makes the best adjustments in real time, in between possessions.
Has the ball teed up as we get underway. And off we go here on EA Sports. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led by their quarterback out of Ohio State, first-round pick Justin Fields.
Well, I don't think that stat line last week had him up for any sort of awards. If I had to guess, he'd much rather have a modest game and a win as opposed to throwing for a bunch of touchdowns in a loss. Biggest thing that he did, Mike, he took care of the ball. So as long as he continues to do that, they're going to have a chance to keep on winning.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Working out of the gun, it's Fields. Catch is made by Romeo Doubs. And he's going to be about a yard short of the first, getting it up to the 36. Trying to avoid the early 3 and out, they face 3rd and a yard. Play action now for Fields. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. Here's the Redwoods hunt team now. And he looks up and he's taken down right away. Maybe fortunate just to hold on to the ball as he was tackled immediately after hauling that one in. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. And they're led by Bryce Young, the #1 overall pick, Greg, out of Alabama back in 2023.
When you take a quick look at the box score, you'd think, okay, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. They clearly won the game, but it wasn't the case. And what that tells me is they're just not getting enough contribution from the entire team. He had a really nice day. Some things that he still needs to clean up, but can they get better balance on the offensive side of the ball? And then, frankly, they need to make more plays on defense and get more contribution out of the special teams. This can't just be a team that puts all the pressure on the quarterback position and says, hey, go out every week and just win us the game by yourself.
On first down is Young. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down. Now a carry for Hunt. And he's going to struggle to get back to the line. Maybe a yard. Devon Gottschalk there on the tackle. 3rd down and 9. On play action, Young. That is knocked away downfield, incomplete. He made sure not to let the receiver get behind him. 3rd down stop sets up 4th down. The Tigers line up for the punt. A fair catch signaled and taken at about the 18-yard line. The Redwoods offense ready to see the football for the 2nd time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. He'll get this complete, and that's Jordan Akins. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
So it'll be 1st and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. Dobbs headed in motion. McCaffrey now on 1st and 10. And no place to go. He's hit and taken down behind the line.
With how fast they were all over that play, you almost wonder, Mike, was there a pre-snap tell? Did they know that play was coming? Because I'll tell you, that defense was on it from the start.
So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. Again, it's McCaffrey. He'll burrow his way forward for a couple. Boye Mafe in on the tackle. A tough spot here. 3rd and long. From the shotgun, it's Fields. He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throwaway.
Just a great individual effort, and when you have a guy that can win his one-on-one matchups, now it becomes less about who's blocking him and how do we block him. Expect the offense to make some adjustments because right now, one-on-one, this defender is going to win every time.
Here's Torrey Taylor now. And he's on to punt for the 2nd time in this opening quarter. This fielded inside the 35. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Tigers offense ready to see what they can do on their 2nd possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, Young. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
It's been a bit of a pedestrian game for this quarterback and ultimately this passing game here today, Mike. And I know they all would have loved to connect on that deep throw. I think that stat sheet would have looked a whole lot different, but just a little off in their execution and leads to an incompletion.
And he'll take this up past the 40, a pickup of 5. Here now, 3rd and 5. From the gun, it's Young. And we try to swing it outside, and it's intercepted. Picked off by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And he's going to be brought down. What a turn of events here. He has given his guys 1st and 10 in the red zone.
So the first part of any interception is just end up with the ball in your hands, right? That's what every defensive coordinator wants. But anytime you can get yards on the return, that's just an added bonus. And that's what we see here. There's a little space, does a great job securing the catch, and all of those yards just set up for better field position as their offense takes the field.
That's caught by Tyler Lockett. And he'll be taken down. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. What will the 2nd quarter have in store? And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. Ball sitting at the 7. 1st and goal. And they'll run here with McCaffrey. And he's going to lose yardage here, taken down back at the 8.
You have to wonder if next time, does the play caller give his quarterback some options to check out of this play? It was clear before the ball was snapped. This was not a great look for that play call, and you can see the end result.
He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
I know this play results in an incomplete pass, but I think this is a really good job by the quarterback. His clock was going off. He felt that rush. He had no immediate target to go to with the ball. Instead, throw it away. Don't take the sack. Live for another day. You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play. You know, I think it's safe to say here, Mike, as this offense leaves the field, they wanted to stay out there and go for it. But I think in this case, the coach is playing the long game. He understands that these 3 points now can end up being very valuable as this game moves along.
And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Tigers offense make their way out to take over once more. The offense is a little slow to start percolating. 3-0 the score as they begin this drive with a 1st and 10. Here's a run with Hunt. And he'll move this forward out to the 29-yard line. Devon Godchaux there on the tackle. 2nd and 7. On the ground, this is Hunt. Now a flag comes in. It was thrown by the umpire. The pickup is 4. But usually, that's a holding penalty. Back to the ground after the penalty. And a nice run there. He'll get 8 to the 28-yard line. Here's 3rd and 7. To throw is Young. He'll try and get there on the ground. And Young will have a 1st down, able to slide to avoid the contact at the end of the play. It's a 1st down and a gain of 16.
Anytime a quarterback decides to tuck it and turn himself into a runner, you can just feel the sideline hold their breath. They're just hoping that he gets down, picks up enough for the 1st down, but more importantly, protects himself so he can get himself back up and continue on.
That's a short pickup to about the 47. Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa in on the stop. They face 2nd down and 7. To throw, Young. Open man, it's Jamison Williams. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
These curl routes, he's been running these routes since he was a young kid in Pop Warner football, and I like to call it pulling the string. You've got the defender thinking you're going downfield, and you stick that foot in the ground, work back to the quarterback, friendly to the ball, and really nice job picking up the 1st down.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Here's Young. Quentin Johnston, the man he was looking for on that one. It's 2nd down. Back to the air, it's Young. Nowhere to go. He is taken down.
Outside of a turnover, this was probably the worst-case scenario. Immediate pressure in his face with nowhere to go with the ball downfield. Just get the ball out of your hand. Live to play another down. Instead, he retreats backwards and leads to a massive loss.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. A throw left side, taken in by Wilson. And he'll get a good chunk of that yardage back, but he's still well short of the 1st down. Dicker's kick is good. And the visitors will tie the game at 3 apiece.
And that's really well done here, Mike. I mean, everything's in rhythm. A good snap, a good hold, and a good kick ties this game.
Carter on the return. Oh, he's got room past the 30. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The Redwoods offense ready to take over once more. They'll set out in search of a 1st touchdown in this game. Just a pair of field goals to show. It's 3-3 as they start 1st and 10. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Foye Oluokun. And he's going to be taken down just shy of the goal line. Nearly a pick six, but he does set up the offense with first and goal.
It's not often, Mike, that everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception. But boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers, trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
Quite a turn of events. This is first and goal at the 3. Throwing is Young.
First and goal. The quarterback thinks he's got a shot to take this one in himself. I think he's just a little late in his reaction and decision to turn into a runner. Defense has just enough time to get there. They stop him short of the end.
And he'll just get up inside those big bodies up front, and he's in. Touchdown, Tigers. That touchdown number 1 for him on the year. That is a dream scenario. The offense handed the ball first and goal, and Greg, they take it to the end zone for 6.
They're not going to have many easier drives than that, Mike. I mean, to get the ball, not only in a short field, but in a goal-to-go situation, you don't get a lot of those chances. You have to cash them in, and that's exactly what they were able to do.
Carter on the return. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Redwoods offense going to get it one final time in this first half. Just the lone field goal for them so far, down 10-3 in this one, and they'll start first and 10. To throw is Fields. This one caught by Akins. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Fields operating out of the pistol. Right side, catch made by Dobbs. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8. To throw is Fields. And he'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
I think the biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out? Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it, continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running by them, there is a lot of space open underneath.
The offense staying out there for this fourth down. Fields to throw for it. Got a man, it's Lockett. And he will score. Tyler Lockett, touchdown Redwoods.
Mike, I'm not sure how else to put it other than this is just a complete defensive breakdown. I mean, from where this ball was snapped, you simply have to just defend the end zone, and if they throw it short, come up and rally tackle. If they throw it in the end zone, high point the ball and knock it down. You cannot give up 6 points to end this half.
So now this to get them back to even heading into the break. The kick here is good. And one more point, and that takes us to the end of the first half.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. From there, we're off to check out another game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
All right, Coach, thank you very much. We welcome you back. It is quarter number 3. Could not ask for more from that first half. All even as we begin quarter number 3. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Tigers offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this third quarter. They'll see if they can go about breaking our tie. We're all even at 10 as this drive begins, 1st and 10. That's the right side and brought in by Williams. And he'll be brought down up past the 35-yard line. So, from the 36, it is 1st and 10. Lone back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. A gain of 4 as he's taken down. Here's a 2nd and 6. Now Young. That one caught by Wilson. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. Don't need much. It is 3rd and inches. Try to pick this one up on the ground. And he's across midfield, and more importantly, he's got the first down at the 49-yard line.
I think everybody in the stadium saw that run coming, Mike, but good luck stopping it. I mean, all he really had to do was just fall forward, and it would be enough to pick up the first down.
Here's a 2nd and 9. Young. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete. 3rd and 9. Here's Young. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
We're starting to see a lot of this on 3rd down, Mike, where they're going to rely on the run after catch to pick up these 3rd down conversions. You know what that depends on? You have to actually complete the ball, and in this case, it falls incomplete, brings up 4th down.
And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The home team's offense and veteran Tyler Lockett getting ready to get back to work. Low-scoring game, all tied, 3rd quarter. And a touchdown here could go a long way. See if they can get it on this drive. 1st and 10. They'll run with McCaffrey to start this drive. And he'll gain about 6 there as it's up past the 35-yard line. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. They go play action with Fields. He'll find Woods. That one is caught. He's taken down, but just shy of midfield. 1st and 10. They'll run here with McCaffrey. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
Working out of the gun, it's Fields. This is taken in by Dobbs. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. They'll try to run for it with McCaffrey. Take this inside the 40 to the 39, but most importantly, they've got it. That's a first down. Fields from the pistol. Catch made. That's Woods. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense, and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big gain.
A give for McCaffrey running right. He's taken down just shy of the 10. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They can still get a first down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. On the handoff, McCaffrey. And that's the way you want to run it on first down. A gain of 7.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
They'll look to run with McCaffrey. That play may have taken a little bit too long to develop. It's no gain. He's back at the 4-yard line. Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is 3rd down. And he will take this one across into the end zone. Justin Fields, touchdown Redwoods. His 2nd TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead. Greg, every touchdown counts the same, but the ones you get in the 4th quarter, they are the ones that feel a little more important.
Yeah, now that pressure shifts to your defense, your offense was able to go out and get the lead here late. Does your defense have enough left in them to get one more stop?
So the lead is 7 now. Here in this 4th quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And he is stopped at the 25. The drive will begin there. The visitors' offense ready to take over possession of the football. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. This drive will start on the ground. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
This is what every defense in the league is shooting for, Mike. Negative plays. That's how you kill drives. Force teams to play from behind the sticks. Great job here, taking them down for a loss.
Room to run at the 35. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
Really nice job by the interior of this offensive line. It typically just takes one guy to distort the defense to give the back enough room to operate, and that's exactly what they did here, and it led to a big gain.
He'll be taken down after a gain of 2. He'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. They put Wilson in motion. Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And he's bottled up after a gain of a yard. Time now becoming a factor as we get to 3rd down. To throw is Young. Catch made right side by Wilson. And he looks to be a bit short of the line. And that is going to bring up 4th down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. He gets this one complete to Johnston. And they're going to get the first down. They were forced to go for it, and it's going to work out for them. Out of the shotgun, Young. Pass caught right side by Higbee. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. So 2 minutes left to play in the 2nd half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Here's second down and 3. They'll drop to throw. That one complete to Johnston. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7. From the gun, it's Young. He'll find his tight end in the middle of the field to Higbee. Now they are in business inside the 15-yard line. Plenty of time, plus 2 timeouts at their disposal. It's 1st and 10. Here's Young to throw. There's a short one taken in by Higbee. He is in. Tyler Higbee. Touchdown, Tigers.
All right, so Mike, now the interesting thing is, do you want to take the lead with still enough time for your opponent to get the ball back to go to try to win it? I think I'm kicking the extra point here, tie the game. I don't want my opponent in a fast 2-minute mode to try to win this game in regulation. Now I'm playing for overtime.
The extra point is good. A big one as we are tied late in this football game. Tie game, still time to break that tie, though, as you see. Maybe run a 2-minute offense, and the kick's in the air. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The home team's offense getting set to get back to work. This game all even now following that touchdown a moment ago, and they'll look to retake the lead on this drive that starts with first down. And they'll bring him down, but not until he gets to the 38-yard line. On 1st and 10, Fields. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. Clock is stopped, 55 seconds remaining here in the game. Now 2nd and inches. Play action now for Fields.
I love this call, Mike. 2nd down and short. One of the best downs in football to take a shot. Give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. And a nice job by the quarterback, realizing there's nothing downfield. Take off, turn into a runner, pick up the first down.
Fields now on 2nd down. That one knocked away and incomplete.
He does a fantastic job, Mike, of not only locating the ball in the air, but then attacking it hands on hands. That's exactly something they work on every week in practice. Great job translating those drills into a live game.
Pressure time, no timeouts to stop the clock as they get set here for a big first down. The pass rush gets home and he goes down. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. So, overtime coming up. Not a playoff game, so a quick reminder of the rules. Each team gets 1 possession unless the opening possession is a touchdown. Then it's game over. Any defensive score ends the game. Each team gets a couple of timeouts, and all replays come from upstairs. If the first OT ends in a tie, so does the game. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. This is fielded inside the 5. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The visitors' offense back onto the field for their next possession. They try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. They put Wilson in motion. Look to hit him with a jet sweep here to begin this drive. And that one shut down right away. Good pressure on the backside. The defense stops him for no gain. They'll run on 2nd. A hit, And he has lost the football. The defense has got it.
You know, it's amazing, Mike, that guys still end up fumbling the ball because I can tell you from experience, the first 15 minutes of every offensive practice is ball security circuit, and that could be a combination of multiple things. How to go to the ground without getting loose to the ball, almost like the art of falling. It could be running over bags or through bags as guys take swats at the ball trying to knock it out. There are so many ways to simulate what the game is like because at the end of the day, if you want to win in the NFL, protecting the ball is the #1 priority, and it cannot be stressed enough.
He was seeking the veteran Tyler Lockett there, and it'll bring up second down. The motion man here is Woods. Second down, it's Fields. Inside the 10, it is caught, and he's going to be brought down.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long. So what they taught us as receivers, if you're open, stay open. And if you're not open, you better get...
And they get to him and finally bring him down. It will go down as a sack.
Pretty evident that the defense is just giving no time of day to any run actions. They are playing pass all the way, and he can continue to give as many play-action fakes as he wants. It hasn't affected anybody, and in this case, it results in a sack.
He'll take this one down to the 8-yard line. Good job so far by the defense protecting the short field. Now it's 3rd and goal. That is caught. He got it. And that's a game winner here in overtime. So the fans gonna head home happy. It's a win for the hometown squad. They had to work for this one. All even through 4 quarters, able to get the breakthrough in overtime to come away with a victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Aviators and the Wizards on Monday Night Prime Time.
We've all waited long enough to get here. It's time for some football as we welcome you to the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome to another entertaining matchup, folks. Kate Scott, Brock Heward on the call in this one. And Brock, got a couple of running backs down on the field who can really take over their offenses when they get in the groove.
And I think that's going to be the ultimate goal of both of these offenses, right? I mean, there's just no confusion about it. They want to get their bell cow in that groove and get them going. Find that rhythm where they're ripping off chunk yardage run after run and then just keep on feeding that beast. In a game like this, whichever offense can get that rhythm and run game.
Here's Tyler Bass to get this one started. And off we go from San Juan. On the return, it's Jalen Reagor. This return makes it up to the 25. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And leading them out is their second-year quarterback from Kentucky. He earned several starts as a rookie. It's Will Levis.
Nobody came away happy last week, no question about it. Himself, most of all. His team went 0-1, picking up the loss, but he was 0-1. One pick, no touchdowns. Not good enough. Defeat not an option this week, and neither is a lack of touchdowns. They intend to rectify both.
That is caught by Brian Thomas Jr. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. On the play fake, it's Levis. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
And now this defense is on that sack board and sets up a pretty good chance here on third down. It's a little bit like blood in the water with sharks when it comes to taking sacks. You can feel it as a quarterback. Once that defense gets one, they're hungry for another.
So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. Levis from the shotgun. This is hauled in by McLaurin. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. They'll be led out by the 12th-year pro from West Virginia, Geno Smith.
When Geno Smith won Comeback Player of the Year, it was really hard to find another comp. You know, the NFL, we love to always compare and contrast guys from different eras or project them moving forward. But there just were not many stories like Geno Smith, who just waited and persevered a decade in the NFL before he flourished. But what came to life finally was just the arm strength, the accuracy, the playmaking ability that was there at West Virginia, and it just took some time and maybe a little love from Pete Carroll at that time to really elevate his confidence and elevate his game.
Here we go, 2nd and 9. That's to his running back, Antonio Gibson. And he's going to be out of bounds just before reaching the 30. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. A play fake, now Smith to throw. He has the first over the middle. And he'll be brought down after getting it to the 47-yard line. That one goes for 25 yards. And that gives them the first.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
Football on that 47-yard line, first down. They put a receiver in motion here left. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board on the first drive as a defense, and now, well, now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
It's caught. Ferguson.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
Ferguson's got it. Complete. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first.
Feet and eyes, Kate. Feet and eyes. They so often tell the story of every position on the field. When that quarterback's feet and eyes move to his secondary read, and so often it's a tight end, well, it's incumbent on that defense to fly to the ball. You want to make that tackle, force the fourth down? It took a great defensive effort to do it.
So here comes this offense for its second series of the game. And they haven't gotten very far into their opening script yet, have they? Just a 3-and-out to begin this game. Running for the first time with Joe Mixon. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
We know how hard explosive plays can be in the NFL, and so often they come via the air. What a great help for the offense to find an explosive play on the ground. Well done.
And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Here's 2nd and 14. Complete. It's McLaurin. And he gets him around 6 there. Kenny Moore there to make the stop. Driving dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. From the gun, Levis. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know, got to execute and convert on these 3rd downs.
And he's brought down before the return gets far. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. First play of the drive. Here's Walker. And he gets a few on the plunge forward. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. That's the end of our first quarter. 3 more to go still on Monday night. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Second quarter about to get underway, and this home crowd excited as their guys have possession. They've got 2nd and 7 to start. Finding Davis. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, without routes or in routes just like that. You know, these 3rd and short situations, you rep them all the time. Snap after snap, rep after rep. You're expecting man-to-man coverage in that down and distance, and you're expecting to execute. That time on 3rd and short, they can't get the job done.
And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. And that punt gets up to 59 yards. And they're going to take over possession. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Levis. Got him in. It's Thomas. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Brought down by Julian Blackman. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. A handoff for Mixon, running right. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead, well, did the exact opposite here, Kate. Now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Throwing his Levis on 3rd down. That's Thomas. He's got it. Keeps on moving into the red zone. He makes it in for the touchdown. The Aviators get the game's first points here in the second. Brian Thomas Jr., the touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. And you got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
Point after try is good by Lutz. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Fox now to kick this one away. Darius Davis to return it. Good looking return here, and he's got room. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. Back out runs their offense. Still in search of their first points as we work our way through the middle of this game. The score 7-0. They've got a man in motion. He'll run for the first time here with Antonio Gibson. And he's going to be brought down at the 42.
Well, that doesn't net a first down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
It's second and inches at the 42-yard line.
This is Walker on second. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. That's the rookie from Texas A&M who took him down.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. Fourth down coming up. Trying to find his tight end. And 4th and 4 coming up. The Wizards getting all set to punt. Back deep is Austin. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. The Aviators and Brian Thomas Jr. ready for another drive on offense. And things are looking good to snap that 3-game losing streak that they came in on, Brock. They've got the lead here. Levis now on first down. He's on the move. And he protects himself with a slide there after a decent gain.
That is quarterback play 101. Maybe not the first chapter of it, but man, is that important. Getting downfield, get what you can with your legs, then most importantly, protect yourself. Get down and don't take any extra contact.
And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down. Give him 4 yards as we have hit our 2-minute warning. That brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Puerto Rico. The Aviators with a lot of work to do to get into scoring range. Throw reeled in by Thomas. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Now they'll throw out of the gun. It's caught. That's Calvin Austin. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains. New set of downs for him at the 38. Levis here on first down. Has him on the quick hitter. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that'll give him a first down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that first down play. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Offense set for a 1st and 10. Levis throwing again. Finds him over the middle. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop. Timeout taken by the offense, their second. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. 2nd and 3 now. Levis back to throw. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Looking to throw, Levis. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
And he rips this one out and over the back of the end zone, incomplete. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal unit. This only a chip shot from the right hash. Bertolet able to knock it through. And that one was beautifully struck. It goes right down the middle.
In that close, in the red zone, you know they're upset. They couldn't finish the drive with the touchdown. It's only half the points, but at least there's something to show for the possession.
And he got all of that one, that's for sure. But with our new kickoff rules in play this year, that means the football is going to be spotted at the 30. A final throw before the break. And he's not going to get something done. They take him down. So that's how our first half's going to end. A momentum-building play for their defense.
Aviators 10, Wizards nothing.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and the old quarterback momentarily. But first, let's give everyone a look at what's going on around the NFL. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. Next, we head off to check out another game, and you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. With that, the two squads are headed out of the tunnel. So let's get you back out to Kay Scott and Brock Eward.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome you all back for the start of our third quarter. Fox now to kick this one away. Center return, Nyheim Hines. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. And the first down pass sent away by a defender, incomplete.
You know, it's tough to succeed at linebacker in most defenses if you can't hold your own in coverage. They rely on you to break up throws just like that and take some of the stress off the secondary.
Back to the air, it's Smith. Walker hauls it in. And he's brought down after a short gain.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up fourth down.
No one picks him up, and he reminded everyone in the building why that's a major mistake. The linebacker's athleticism on full display. A sack in under 2 seconds? That's a select group of players on the planet who could pull that off.
And hey, at least he held onto the football, but they will get nothing on that return. This offense headed back to the field, led by their receiver. No return on that punt. And it's going to be their football coming up. Completed over the middle. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. 2nd and 3 now. From the 38.
That pass, it did put him in a position where he had to shake a defender. That's all you want. Give me a one-on-one. He is capable of doing it, but not against that dude. That defender could not be shook, and he knocked him back across the line.
3rd and short yardage, Levis. He goes back to him yet again, complete. That one goes for 31 yards and a first down when all is said and done.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35. Throwing now on first down, Levis. Short pass brought in. Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. Brought down by Julian Blackman. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Levis from the shotgun. Over the middle, he's got McLaurin. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. Short yardage situation here, it's 3rd and 2. On the play fake, it's Levis. Tight end reels in the shallow throw. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. Give him about 16 yards on that gain, Brock, and it sets him up with 1st and goal. Working inside the red zone. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that sack going to cost them some yardage.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do, getting home with that sack.
Gets it towards the end zone, but it's incomplete. Tough to blame him for that drop, Brock. Even if it would have been a touchdown, that was a great effort defensively, timing that hit, keeping them from hitting the end zone.
Reaction and burst. You get in the red zone defensively, you'll hear it all the time. You cannot wait. You've got to react. And then you got to burst. And that defender does a tremendous job of breaking that pass up with contact. Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
Will Lutz on to attempt the field goal. A very short kick here from the right hash. Bertolet able to knock it through. And they come away with some points on that series.
Inspiring a bunch of confidence in himself right there, Kate. 2nd time they brought him out for a field goal, and 2nd time, well, he's knocked it right through. Trust is earned in a number of different ways on the field, but that's the best way to gain it as a kicker.
On the return, here comes Davis. This return makes it up to the 25. Another drive coming up for this offense. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, they're such energy givers. And, man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Play brought to an end by Jalen Ramsey. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 28-yard line.
From the 28. This is on target to Christian Watson. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Only 1 quarter remains in our final game of the week. That's the end of the 3rd. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. First down, ball at the 36. Throwing is Smith. That'll be complete to Gibson. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
We've heard it said, and I believe it to my core, football is the ultimate team sport. And a well-run screen like that is the ultimate team play because it takes all 11 doing their job.
And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Space on the right. He's got room. And forget the interception. He makes this a pick-6 touchdown. Defense getting in on the fun, Brock, with that fourth quarter lead as they provide a nice little boost there with the pick six.
Yeah, you could feel some of the desperation of this offense, and when you get into that mode, it is danger time. Defenses love to take advantage of it. I always say to you, Kate, play fast but never in a hurry. You can't be rushed offensively because you can often be rushed into mistakes like that.
So the defense scores, and now their offense coming out for two more. Frankfurt with the option. The two-point try does not work out, and I'm not sure this flag is going to save him either. And they're going to go ahead and let the play stand as it happens. They decline the penalty. A quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. On the return, here's Hines. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The offense headed back to the field. The opportunity to win this game is, well, it's long gone, Brock. They're down to their last opportunities now to avoid the shutout as well. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Now Smith coming off that pick. Ferguson's got it, complete. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. That play gains 15, and it moves the sticks. 1st and 10 from the 41. Out of the gun, here's Smith. Into the hands of Walker. Nothing doing there as he gets out of bounds back at the line. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. From the gun, Smith. Ferguson there to bring it in. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. And again, it's Smith. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Smith. The lateral goes haywire, fumble. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. Ooh, play didn't develop like he needed. He goes out behind the line. This one intended for the running back. So now it's 2nd and long.
Well, I think you know the only thing redeeming about that play, Kate.
They got the ball back.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, they got the ball back, but a whole lot longer down in distance.
After the sack, another pass on 2nd down. Completed to Davis. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. Offense in the hurry up here. Throwing on 3rd, Smith. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Desperation time here on 4th. Has a man, it's Brown. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. They're now set for 1st and 10. Now Smith. It's caught, Ferguson. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Slot man motioned over. A play fake, now Smith to throw. And the defender comes away with it. Picked off by Marte Mapu. And the Aviators will take over as he records his 1st interception of our season.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
This offense getting all set for this series. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. They bring their tight end left. They'll begin with a run by Mixon. And he's able to power this forward, but they stop him after 2 yards. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from San Juan. Aviators nearing their first win of the season. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Here's Levis. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And no turnover. It's going to stay with the offense.
We all saw the brief moment of full-on panic between the ball coming out and him getting back on it. The impressive part is he kept his composure while it was still loose. One mistake didn't become two, and he cleaned it up before any defenders could.
So we have a pause here inside 2 minutes. All reviews come from the booth, and they want to take one more look. Yeah, pretty bang-bang play out there. It's tough to see exactly what happened on our first look in real time.
But you know what I like here, and I do appreciate, and these officials are so good at let the play just play itself out before calling it dead. Now all the replays and the camera angles will give us such a better idea of really what happened.
So the review saves them a turnover. He was, in fact, already down when the ball came free. Third down, Mixon gets it. Decent gain here, but short of the first. An 8-yard gain, but still left with 4th and a bunch.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. 58 yards on the punt there. And it'll be their football. The Wizards back on offense, led out by Geno Smith. And as we can see here, it hasn't been the easiest game for him to operate out there, right? Number of rough moments for him. This defense able to pick him off twice to highlight their performance against him. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Finding Davis. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. 2nd and 4. Davis there to grab it. And he's tackled for no gain. The timeout's taken now as we have 1, possibly 2 snaps remaining in this ball game. Smith on 3rd and short. Walker hauls it in. And this one doesn't go far. So a timeout's taken, just 5 seconds left. And after the pause, we're going to see our last play of the game. Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. No return on this one. It's going to make it out of bounds and across the 25, spotted at the 24. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And a lot to be happy with on both sides of the football as they come away with a total team victory in this one. This has been another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. With all our crew here and my broadcast partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Aviators emerge as winners as we say adios from San Juan.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Antlers and the Huskies on Monday night.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. Good to be in the booth with Greg Olson. I'm Mike Tirico. Greg, this is a passing league. You know that from your days. It's evolved even more into a game in the air. And boy, we have a couple of quarterbacks who know all about moving their team via the pass.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see this ball thrown early and often throughout the game. And anyone who loves offensive football, this is certainly a treat. And you said it, Mike. This league has turned more and more with each passing season into a passing league. If you can't throw,
just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. And there is the guy at the top of the game, Patrick Mahomes, their quarterback.
there wasn't really anything fancy about their performance in last week's win, Mike. I mean, he had the one interception. He would clearly like to have that one back. But for the most part, thought he did a nice job keeping the ball out of harm's way. However, it's clear after reviewing the film, he left a lot of opportunities out there. I think there was a lot of meat left on that bone. The 2 touchdown passes, those were great. If he's going to continue to lead his team to more wins in the future, he has to do a better job identifying those mismatches, finding those opportunities, and when they present themselves, he's got to take it.
Can he get away? No! He's going to be taken down behind the line.
It's the loss of a yard.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. Off the play fake. Mahomes. Nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. That's caught. Saquon Barkley. And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up 4th down. The Huskies readying to punt. That is fielded at the 13. And he'll get something there on the return, able to take this back to the 20-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
It's not often that you can win by multiple scores in the NFL, so you got to imagine they're coming into this week's game with a lot of confidence. They were able to put together a pretty well-rounded performance in all 3 phases last week. So, again, can they build off that? Can they continue to grow as an entire team? Because offense, defense, and solid contribution from their special teams, they showed last week, and going forward, this is going to be a hard team to beat.
And that one going to be closed down in the backfield. Great defensive play. Knifing in and dropping him for a loss. 3rd and long. From the gun, here's Stroud. He's got a man. It's Smith-Schuster. And out of bounds he goes, just shy of midfield. That's well done as they get the conversion on 3rd and 13.
So you find yourself on the verge of your drive stalling out. And not only do you pick up the first down, Mike, but you get a huge pass completion in the process. Really nice job keeping this opening drive of the game alive as they're really trying to start this game on a high note.
From the gun, they'll give it it's Pollard. He is met and dropped. Good defense. Loss of a couple on that play. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. Again, it's Pollard. He plunges forward for a couple of yards. Jordan Davis, the man in the middle, brings it to an end. It is 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. That's down the field and intercepted. Picked off by Taron Johnson.
Well, we're getting a little test here early, Mike, to see just how easy is this team to wrap. Didn't look like they were able to get through that opening script that they had worked on all week. So I'm going to be curious on this next drive. Do they stick to the plan? Do they pick up where they left off? Or is there a little bit of a reaction, or dare I say panic, to come out and make some adjustments in response to that early interception?
The Huskies offense ready to possess the football for the second time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. Work in the middle of the field, but that is incomplete. Deontay Johnson, the intended target there, and it'll lead to a second down. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. He's going to run it.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. Little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good gain.
3rd and short. Here's Patrick. And the rush gets home. He'll go down. They got him.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
Here's Logan Cook now, as he's on to punt for the second straight drive. And he'll be brought down. Short return, and they'll take over there. Stroud to throw here on 1st and 10. That caught Tony Pollard. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. So we've played one quarter here on a Monday night. 0-0 is the score. It's the NFL on EA Sports. And we're back after this. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. On play action, Stroud. He's got the hookup to Mike Gesicki. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down. They'll go play action with Stroud. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Back to throw. Stroud. And they're going to get to him and take him down. Taken back to the other side of midfield.
This is what you don't want to see out of your quarterback. As that pocket starts to collapse, the good ones, they can keep their eyes downfield and feel the rush. They don't need to see the rush. Here, his eyes go down. He starts moving around the pocket. Nowhere to go with the ball, and they bring him down for a sack.
And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball, Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down.
This is a great reminder of why it's so important to have great offensive tackles. When you get beat so fast off the edge, the quarterback has nowhere to go in the pocket to escape, and that's what happens.
Throwing on second down. Stroud. That's to his big tight end, Gesicki. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Here's a 3rd and 10. Stroud to throw. Taken in by Gesicki. It'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down. It's going to bring up 4th down.
Nice job here by the defense. They understood this quarterback is looking to push this ball downfield past the line to gain, and he's got no choice but to check it down short to the tight end, rally tackle, and brings up 4th down.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Antlers will take a 3-0 lead.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
And he'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. The Huskies offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. The offense is a little slow to start percolating. 3-0 the score as they begin this drive with a 1st and 10. They go play action with Mahomes. He's got Freiermuth open on the left side. First time he's caught a ball here tonight, and it is good for a first. Mike McDonald, not a huge fan of that last call, and he will throw the challenge flag. At issue, was he able to stay in bounds? The NFL rules, you're looking for either 2 feet or a body part that is not a hand to be down with possession of the ball. No bobbling, the ball not moving around. He has control, so that's what the referee is looking at here. So the challenge is unsuccessful, and he's going to have to be careful here because he has just one challenge for the remainder of the game. A quick throw here on the RPO. It's caught by Johnson.
We hear the term RPO so often, Mike, and it continues to kind of trickle its way into the NFL. But remember, it's a lot different in the NFL than it is in the college game where it's a lot more prevalent. The lineman cannot go downfield. So that quarterback has to make a lot of really fast snapshot decisions or else it's going to lead to a penalty or him holding on to the ball too long. So it's something that teams want to implement, but maybe not quite to the level that we see in the college game.
On third down, Mahomes. To the left side, it is caught by Myers. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. He'll go right back to Myers. And they'll take this down inside the 35. On first down, it's Mahomes. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. Throwing again, it's Mahomes. The blitz overwhelming the offensive line, and down he goes.
It's just so hard to get anything going when you're just not confident running your own system. And all these early sacks, yes, they kill drives, but think what it does to the quarterback. The quarterback just can't be confident operating out of the pocket. There's no rhythm, there's no timing, and everything you planned on doing today coming in is out the window.
Brandon McManus and the field goal unit come on. This one from 52 yards away. McManus's kick is good. And the Huskies will tie the game at 3 apiece.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
The Antlers offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. They'll set out in search of a first touchdown in this game. Just a pair of field goals to show. It's 3-3 as they start 1st and 10. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. Stroud to throw here on 1st down. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. It's a gain of 12 there. That's enough for a 1st down.
A gain of 12. And the Portland 1st down.
Throwing is Stroud. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the 1st down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down?
He's going to go down. He could not get rid of it. And that's going to bring an end to this first half.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone. This is the EA Sports Halftime Report. So let's get you caught up on what's going on around the National Football League. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jaden Daniels, excellent in the victory as his guys moved to 3-1 after 4 games. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Not too much to show you scoring-wise in that first half. Just a couple of field goals make up all the scoring. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're close to a breakthrough, and things should open up as we move along.
All right, Coach, second half, drawing near. Glad to have you back with us here on EA Sports. A return now from the 4. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Antlers offense going to have the first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Stroud. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Out of the gun, they give it to Pollard. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Now, faking the give. The pressure, too much, and he goes down.
We've seen a little bit of a transformation across the defensive tackle position. And what I mean, Mike, is years ago, they were on the interior of the line to stuff the run. They were big bodies taking up space. Now, not only do you have to defend the run, you have to be able to win one-on-one matchups and get to the quarterback.
And he will go all the way. Mike Evans. Touchdown, Antlers. It's his 4th touchdown on the year. Blake Grupe comes on for the extra point. He knocks it through. And the Antlers take a 10-3 lead. The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. This is going to be taken in at the 3. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. And that's where the offense will take over. The Huskies offense ready for this next possession. And look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back than in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast. And right now, they're teeing off and taking advantage of it.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. They'll run it here with Saquon. And the struggles continue. He's dropped behind the line again.
Cornerbacks are drafted for their coverage ability. We see it year in and year out. Teams want to fortify their pass defense. But when they can come up in run support, it's just an added bonus for a defense. And this young rookie, he was one of the best picks available last year's draft, and we can see why.
And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 3rd and 9.
Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. He's got his man. Complete to Wilson. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, balls on time, results in a nice 1st down pickup.
Play action here. Mahomes. There's Hurst downfield. He's got it. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone. And this is where you have to finish drives.
Now a chance to pay off that big play. They have it 1st and goal. Right back to the air for Mahomes. And this throw out of the back of the end zone. It's incomplete. Here's another shot from the 6 at 2nd and goal. Mahomes now to throw again. And he's Wilson. Touchdown, Huskies. Brandon McManus now to add the extra point. His kick is good. And the Huskies will tie things up. It's now 10-10. level at 10 as this one's kicked off. This returnable from the 4. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. The Antlers offense and veteran receiver Mike Evans getting set for this drive. They'll start this one with a 3 tight end look. They'll give it to Pollard to start this drive, and he'll get about 5. They'll run once more, and it's Pollard again. And he'll wind his way to about the 38-yard line. Terrell Bernard, they're on the tackle. He'll come up to 3rd and 3. On play action, Stroud. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And he will have the first down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
They run it straight ahead with Pollard. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. Back with more Monday Night Football after this. Here's 2nd and 9. To throw, it's Stroud. Now a screen. Here's Pollard. Good hustle by the defense. They beat the offensive lineman to the blocks there. No gain on that screen pass. The crowd making their presence felt. This is 3rd down. He's got a man. It's Smith-Schuster. 13 yards on the catch there, and that will be a first down.
First down, Portland.
On the bootleg, it's Stroud. Down the field, it's Evans. And he's in. Mike Evans. Touchdown, Antlers. 2nd touchdown of the game. Season total now up to 5. A terrific play all the way around, finished off by the receiver, who not only made the grab, but Greg turned it up and takes it into the end zone.
And that's the tricky part, Mike, that transition from receiver to runner. And in this case, he does it flawlessly. Look the ball in, secure the catch, and then get upfield and get yourself in the end zone.
Makes the score Antlers 17, Huskies 10.
So the lead is 7 now. Here in this 4th quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Huskies offense ready to see what they can do. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. To the right side, hauled in by Myers. 12 yards on the game. That's good for a quick first down.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Throwing is Mahomes. That's brought in by Myers. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming.
At the 46-yard line.
They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. Mahomes now to throw on 2nd down. And they'll pick up the first down, a gain of about 4.
We're starting to see this so often, Mike. The days of just having a running back who you're just going to turn around and hand it to, yes, that's still a critical part of NFL offensive football, but their ability to be used in the passing game. Just one more thing for the defense to have to defend. Make them go sideline to sideline, line of scrimmage to the end zone. Defend every blade of grass, and a really good running back goes a long way in doing that.
Still first down.
So, a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. They go play action with Mahomes. Open man downfield is Freiermuth. And he's going to be out of bounds, but they take it to the 20-yard line with that one. A pickup there of 25 yards. That's enough for a first down.
In order for this play to be successful against man coverage, Mike, two things need to happen. One, the quarterback has to anticipate the break. He has to get that ball out on time. And then the rest is the receiver creating the separation at the top. And when both are accomplished, you can see what the results are.
To the air once more, it's Mahomes. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4.
At the 13-yard line.
They run out of the gun with Barkley. And he will not be able to get free, picking up only a yard. Now, it's 3rd down.
A gain of a yard brings up 3rd and 3.
They put Wilson in motion. 3rd and short. Here's Patrick. He's got a man. That's Myers. And he's going to have the first down. They convert on 3rd, and it sets up a 1st and goal. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. Now, 1st and goal. Here's Barkley. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line. A little closer. Here's 2nd and goal. One more time, they try Barkley. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Huskies. Good drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finish it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
Tie game. Still time to break that tie, though, as you see. Maybe run a 2-minute offense. And the kick's in the air. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The Antlers offense and C.J. Stroud ready to get to work once more. Eddie has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long. They'll come up for 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. Going to get that into the hands of his receiver, Mike Williams. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. First time they've looked his way all game long, but he comes through with the grab and a first down.
Didn't take them long to get now to their opponent's side of the field. I like the idea of starting this drive with some explosive pass plays. That's going to open everything up, both underneath in the passing game and on the ground. So big play to get this drive off to a fast start. Oftentimes, it's the wide open ones that are the hardest to catch. It seems like the ball is in the air forever. You start overthinking it, you start really making more of it than what you should, and you let it slip away.
They'll go play action with Stroud. That's made by Smith-Schuster. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down. Rush comes. They're setting up the screen.
I think there's one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks, and now they got a fourth down decision to make.
This one angles out of bounds, and the mark comes inside the 15-yard line. The home team's offense back onto the field for their next possession. They'll begin with first down from their own 11. Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. He's got Freiermuth open on the left side. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. Here's second down. Now, Mahomes. That's going to be incomplete, so no help there. And we're likely down to a final snap. A lot riding on this play. Tie game, final minute, third down. A run with Barkley. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. This one taken at the 7. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The visitors' offense headed back to take over once more. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with first and 10. The drive starts. It's a carry by Pollard. And he'll get back maybe to the line of scrimmage, but probably going to be a loss of a yard here. Lost one on the last play, so now it's second and 11. Now a first throw here in overtime. In trouble, and he's going to be taken down.
If they win this game, this pass rush is going to be a big reason why. The 5 sacks speak for itself, but their ability to disrupt the timing of this offense, that can't be overstated.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's third and long. Stroud to throw. He'll try to hit him with a screen.
Anytime you call a running back screen, the key is the relationship between the offensive line and the running back. They have to be in sync perfectly to set up the big play. That wasn't the case here on third down. He gets tackled short of the sticks.
And he's going to be hit and dropped right away. That's great coverage there. Winds up with nothing on the return. The home team's offense ready to get back at it. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with first and 10. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. First down throw, Mahomes, and that is incomplete.
When you air it out like that on these big shots downfield, they're not always high percentage plays. It takes a lot of things to line up timing-wise, location of the field, accuracy of the throw to result in those big plays, but I think they've got to continue to search for those and try to generate a little bit of a spark.
14 on the pickup, and that will be a first down.
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
Off the play fake, here's Mahomes. Oh, the blitz gets there quickly, and down he goes.
And now we're seeing the game kind of go back and forth. Each team trading blows, trying to establish control over the other. Nice chunk play on the previous play. The defense responds back with a sack, and we're going to see which team can establish a little bit more of this control as the game unfolds.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Play action here. Mahomes. And open downfield, it's Johnson. It's a gain there of 26 yards. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. To throw is Mahomes. That's to the tight end, Hurst. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
At the 30-yard line.
Here's Mahomes. A pass caught by Saquon. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a 1st down after a gain of 7. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Mahomes now to throw again. That's caught right side. It's Freiermuth.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
And he's going to be brought down just outside the 10-yard line.
Wow, this is the advantage to having a really effective passing game, Mike, as the defense now tries to adjust to stopping you through the air. It's a lot easier to mix it up and run the ball. There's a lot less defenders in there trying to stop you.
They'll have to go the full 10 yards. It's 1st and goal. Here's a run. And this time they are ready for him. Thrown for a loss. And it's 2nd down.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits what do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal.
Well, that one took us deep into the night, but in the end, after 5 quarters, unable to determine a winner. 2 teams truly evenly matched, and this one results in a tie. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. Good night, everybody.